We will now begin today's symposium on the future of our ocean, biodiversity, on the diverse efforts for the coexistence of offshore wind and marine ecosystem. Hello, my name is Im Jae-min. I'm from the Energy Transition Forum. I will be your MC today. Recently, there was a release on Nature, and it said that if we don't change from today, about 86.7% of species will go extinct. And the report said that faster energy transition is needed to protect the marine ecosystem. However, on the other hand, as the wind farms are expanding in the offshore, there are concerns that it might affect the marine ecosystem. How we design the offshore wind can also bring about big changes in the marine ecosystem. By 2030, Korea aims to expand the marine protected area from today's 1.8% to 20% by 2030. And by the same time frame, we will expand the wind power to 14 gigawatts. Securing the wind farm and securing the protected areas in the ocean could be conflicting, and there are concerns about that. In this era of climate crisis, we do need the offshore wind and we do need to protect the marine ecosystem. But I believe that we can find solutions for the coexistence of the two directions. At this juncture, we are having today's seminar co-hosted by the Energy Transition Forum and SNU Environmental Planning Institute and KFEM and KMI to discuss various efforts to have the coexistence of offshore wind and marine ecosystem. We have offline participants and online participants. I hope you stay with us until the very end to find the solution. Before we go into the program, let me invite one of our co-hosts representative, Mr. Chun Young-hwan, the representative of Energy Transition Forum. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello, I am Chun Young-hwan, the representative of the Energy Transition Forum. We are having this international symposium to discuss about the diverse efforts for the coexistence of offshore wind and marine ecosystem. It's not just Korea, but the whole world is trying to tackle the climate crisis. And we also have the threats of climate change and the extinction of species. We are seeing the rise of the sea temperature, and the CO2 concentration is going up, and it is making organisms' existence in the Korean Ocean to be very difficult. In order to tackle the climate crisis, we do need to have the energy transition, and of course, the offshore wind is the critical direction that we have to go to tackle the climate crisis. However, in case of the offshore wind, it has installations in the seabed and it can impact the marine ecosystem. So the siting and the operation should be done very carefully. For the sustainable Earth that we all want to achieve, we have to protect the marine environment while creating the offshore wind farm. As such, we are having today's international symposium with many important participants. And we have Secretary General Shin Woo-yong, one of our co-hosts. And as expert of the environment, we have the winning candidate of the South Korea's 22nd general election, Park Ji-hye, is here with us to deliver the congratulatory remarks. Please give them a big round of applause to welcome them to today's symposium. Our subtitle of the symposium is Diverse Efforts for the Coexistence of Offshore Wind and Marine Ecosystem. And we have many great figures who have been studying this topic. We have researchers from Korea, 3 researchers, and also speakers from abroad, from overseas, who will be handling about cases of Thailand and European countries. I cannot name them all here, but I hope you have great, fruitful session today with their presentation. I hope that today's symposium can help achieve our goal of finding the solution and hope it serves as the basis for our future direction. Thank you all for your participation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jun, for your opening remarks. I would like to then now invite Mr. Woo Young-shin, Secretary General of the Korea Federation for Environmental Movements.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon.
환경운동연합 사무총장 신우용입니다.
My name is, as introduced, Woo Young-shin. I'm the Secretary General of the Korea Federation for Environmental Movements. I also see Ms. Ji-hye Park, and I'm very happy to see many familiar faces from up here on the podium. Today, we're here to discuss how the nature can coexist with the offshore wind farms, and I'm very happy for this very timely seminar, and would like to take this opportunity to thank our organizers, of course, Energy Transition Forum, along with many of the astonishing academias who are here to present on this very important theme. By end of 2022,
94.3기가와트 약
there will be around 64.3 gigawatt energy generated from this offshore wind.
서약이
And
IPCC의
based on the IPCC report, after 2010, for the next 10 years, there will be a 8-fold increase in the energy generations from wind power. And many of the advanced countries are saying that there will be an accelerated effort to phase out carbon as energy by 2050. So these are all the movements that we see from the international community. But where is Korea? Unfortunately, we are in a deadlock situation. We're just maintaining status quo. As you know, the renewable energy of the total energy is only 8% in Korea. So this is far lower than any of the OECD countries. And in 2024, MOTI, and based on the Renewable Power Association, the offshore wind turbine is only operating and generating 1.5 gigawatts. And then the projects in the offshore, there are 20 gigawatts worth of offshore plants, but they're still waiting for certain permissions to be cleared. There were many promising projects, potentials. We have the technology, we do have the fund, but the reason why the renewable energy is not actually accelerating is because there is a lack of many policies and legal framework, and also a lack of social understanding. We hope that with the remaining 6 years to 2030, we need to catch up fast. Also, due to the exploitation and development of the sea, our waters are destroyed and the system has been very much degraded. We have agreed with IMO to designate 30% of the areas as protected areas. However, there has been excessive development taking place. And if you look into Korean waters, there aren't any areas where it prohibits fishing. Because of these kinds of issues, the EIA is not conducted properly, and it actually goes against the democratic way of conducting research and survey. And many of the ecologists are expressing concern, and they are raising issues regarding the Korean way of building these offshore wind farms. This has a ripple effect not only on the environment, but also it expands to legal and policy systems as well. That is why we need to really think about what we need to have in place in order to ensure biodiversity is secured, even if we go down the route of expanding the renewable energy. Today, we'll be talking about how the nature and the offshore power plants can coexist. We will get the opportunity to learn from some of the best practices in the European region. And many organizations will be talking about some examples of what they've done to mitigate, conserve environment amidst expanding the offshore power plant. The reality that Korea faces is not very bright. However, we do believe that today can be the first day that we look for a breakthrough. We also have a panel discussion with various stakeholders. It will be a very challenging subject. However, we do believe that there will be a way forward, and the government needs to spearhead the way. One thing that we did reach a consensus is that in order for us to do all this, there needs to be an overall consensus, and many things needs to be socially conversed. I hope that today's seminar can find a way to reach this consensus. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Shin. Now we have the winning candidate of the 22nd general election. And actually, it is her first official remarks being delivered after winning in the election. Please give her a big hand. Hello, it's so great to see you all. I am the 22nd winner of the general election. Actually, my area of the politics is not near the ocean, but actually it is inland. I just want to congratulate this symposium. And to have this symposium, we had many people supporting it, especially the Energy Transition Forum. I worked as an auditor back in the past, and when I had a press conference in the past, when I for being the auditor, there was a question from the press asking whether I became the auditor because of my personal relations with the representative of the ETF, or whether it had to do with the leader of our party. Well, after joining ETF as an auditor, there has been many activities that we have carried out together, and there was this other program that we have conducted together, the program 1.5. In the past few years, we had those ambitions of energy transition and cutting the greenhouse gas emission, but there were not sufficient policies being drafted to support those ambitions. So when the position was suggested to me, I accepted that position because I really thought that there should be more policy drafting. And today we have the Energy Transition Forum and SNU Environmental Planning Institute and KFEM and KMI. I now want to thank you all. And we have the researcher at the National Institute for Fishery Science, Chang Soo-jung, and all the other speakers here today. And thank you for your input. All of us are feeling the dreadful impact of the climate change. During the general election, about 33.5% of the people were reported to be the climate vulnerable people. And I am from this neighborhood that is at the near the Seoul area. And one of my policy proposals during the campaign was to expand the public transport and also how to develop the U.S. military base that is soon to be returned to the Korean government. But rather than just those policies, we should find out more sustainable ways to sustain our Earth, and we should look into the energy sector, how to supply more sustainable energy. That was one of my policy commitments made during the campaign, and I believe that it was well received by the voters. And some of people, my party people, they come to me and ask me what is RE100, and we have a lot of discussion about the significance of RE100, and it shows that RE100 has become very important. So we now have that kind of social interest, and it's time for us to put that into action. Offshore wind, as others have already mentioned, and I believe that all of us here agree, it is the power resource that is generated by using the wind. It's clean energy, free from fossil fuel and emission. And many countries, including US and Europe, are taking the lead here. And for the industrial sector as well, it can contribute to the Korean industry. But one of the concerns that we have is that with more power demand, we believe that we need more renewable energy. But if you consider Korea's geological situation, we do not have sufficient conditions to create more renewable energy facilities. That's why we are more focused on the easier options, which is the nuclear power plant. However, the 22nd general at the 22nd Parliament, the Congress will try to change that direction. Nuclear power is zero carbon, but it can take about 10 years or 15 years for the construction, and it has the issue of how we handle the end-of-life facilities. And as an alternative, we have this offshore wind, and it needs more attention. We have to foster it faster. And more than 20 gigawatt is in the pipeline. We need proper policies to be drafted to support that construction. There are many issues. One of that is the residents' acceptance and how to manage the marine ecosystem. That will decide how fast we can expand the offshore wind. In that respect, today's symposium seems very meaningful, especially how we can manage the impact on the marine ecosystem while achieving our policy goals. It's very meaningful, and I hope that we can have significant and meaningful discussions today. Thank you all for coming to today's symposium, and hope we can work together to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Now, without further ado, let's dive into the symposium. As a core organizer, we wanted our first keynote speaker to be Professor Sun Jin-yoon, Dean of Graduate School of Environmental Studies at Seoul National University. But before we dive into the actual session, there will be two sessions for today. The first will be citing an environmental impact of offshore wind power. Session 2 will be operation and environmental changes of offshore wind power. And first, as the keynote speaker, Professor Sun Jin-yoon will be talking about, in the era of climate crisis, the risks and opportunities facing the oceans. Please give her a warm round of applause. Yes, hello. As introduced, I am Sun Jin-yoon. I am also the joint representative of the Energy Transition Forum, the organizer of today's seminar. And this is an area that I am very passionate about. It's something that our graduate school is conducting many research on, and we are also doing a project related to how the offshore wind power is impacting the marine life and the overall our ocean. And I will come back to this, but as you know, ocean is a very important place, and because there already has been a lot of activities by human, if there is an addition to that activity, that can cause ripple effect, and that can also cause a lot of social and economical issues. That is why when we add an activity, there needs to be double or triple stronger effort to make sure that we mitigate any adverse effect and minimize the impact as much as possible, while also securing and ensuring the livelihood of the local residents. Because of these issues, it is very, very challenging. But just because it's challenging, it doesn't mean that we should just give up. We need to gather our wisdom and find ways of how it can become possible. Today, my talk is more related to ecology, and I will not be talking about the social conflicts, the conflicts that we have with the local residents, but it will be more honing on the offshore power and also the marine ecosystem. So, as the title suggests, my presentation is about in the era of climate crisis, the risks and opportunities facing the ocean. So, crisis, as you all heard before, it comes with risks and opportunities. But when we hear the word crisis, I think we are more focusing on the risk rather than the opportunities. And I do understand that. It's because we need to get the sense of urgency so that we prepare and also find countermeasures. But having said that, I don't think it's fair that we only focus on the risk and kind of turn a blind eye on the opportunities. Therefore, those two should be viewed in a very balanced manner. So for us to countermeasure the climate crisis, I think we will be able to develop while conserving the environment. So ocean is a very attractive place. And as you know, there is a lot of waste issues with ocean. But if you look at the actual ocean, it is very important. It covers 70% of the Earth's surface, and oceans are a carbon and heat reservoir. And last year, as you know, it was very, very hot, and it is said that the actual temperature of the ocean increased by 1.48 degrees. So 2 degrees Celsius was the actual limit that we agreed upon with the Paris Accord, but now we are at 1.48, which is just below 1.5. The reason why we were only able, or we just stopped at 1.48, is because the actual ocean absorbed a lot of heat, kind of slowing the climate change and the rise in temperature on our land. And it also absorbs 1/4 of the CO2 emitted by many of burning of fossil fuels to date. And as you can see here, 83% of the carbon in the global carbon cycle circulates through oceans. But because the ocean has absorbed too much heat last year, the temperature went up the highest in record, and also the sea level increased as well. So sea level not only increases when the glacier melts, but it also kind of expands when the temperature goes up. So last year, because the temperature was very, very high and the ocean absorbed a lot of the heat, the sea level increased by 10 centimeters. Ocean ecosystem will be disrupted just because of the temperature itself. And this is also kind of a big crisis for food. That is why now we don't actually use the term global warming. It is too mild to express the situation that we are facing. And last July, the Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, expressed the current state as the global boiling era. So this actually looks into the changes happening in the ocean. And every part of the oceans changes differently based on the situation, the proximity of the ocean near the equator, and etc. So here you can see the terrestrial equator and how the actual ocean is responding to this. And below, the red shade is the negative impact, and the ones that have blue and pink together is where there is a positive and negative. So here for the North Atlantic, there is half and half, but for other areas, we can see there's a lot of red. When we hear the word like sea or ocean, there are many areas that come to mind. But for Korea, I know that many will think about Jeju Island and Jeju Sea. And our meteorologists have actually looked into the Jeju Sea, and this is where they've actually noticed the most evident changes in the marine life. There is also an interview with the fisherwoman in Jeju Island, and how the sea level increased, kind of submerging an island and etc. Beach shore losing the very beautiful coastal lines, and these coral reef turning white. These are all great examples of how the ecosystem has been degraded. That is why not only Korea, but many countries around the world are looking into how to better protect the ocean. And the international community has continued to expand marine protected areas, with global marine protected areas growing from about 2 million square kilometers. And this is 0.7% of the world's oceans. And EU is really interested in protecting its oceans. So EU released the 2030 EU biodiversity strategy, which calls for at least 30% of land and sea to be designated as protected areas by 2030. And in 2023, the UN Convention on the Conservation of Marine Biodiversity agreed to increase marine protected areas from just 2% of the seas to at least 30% by 2030. And also a network called Natura 2000, which are designated areas for marine protected areas, and this significantly increased from 5.9% in 2012 to 12.1% in 2021. And as of 2022, which is the most recent year for statistics that are available, OECD countries have designated marine protected areas, and many of the advanced countries are way above 40%. However, Korea is only at around 1.9%. And we have signed the Nagoya Accord to designate at least 10% of its sea area, of its jurisdiction sea area as a marine protected area by 2020. So it already has passed 14 years since Korea signed the Nagoya Protocol. And then what happened in 2023 is here, as of December 2023, a total of 36 marine protected areas have been designated under the Act on the Conservation and Management of Marine Ecosystem. However, this represents only about 0.42% of Korea's terrestrial waters. And there are also no-take zones, which means that these are designated zones which prohibit industrial utilization or any activity at all, but we don't have any of these no-take zones. And currently, 80.5% of the designated marine reserves are wetland reserves, which is different from the marine reserves that protect marine ecosystems as advocated by the international community. So it's kind of a different definition, and we are far less if we were to exclude these wetlands. I also believe it's important to get the fishermen's understanding and consensus as well. So we did interview many of these fishermen, and what they said is that there are some species they're not able to catch anymore, or even if they are able to catch that certain species, the size has decreased dramatically. And they have explained about how they really felt the change in ocean as they went out to sea to catch fisheries. And if we are to build a wind farm, and if it is designated as a no-take zone, then it would actually prohibit men from doing any activity other than the offshore wind. And there is also a case for offshore wind farms to be designated as a marine protected areas. So if we can make this as a no-take zone, then because it is not disturbed, it can actually become an area that's full of life. An example is the French government in 2015 decided to build an offshore wind farm in the Gulf of the Le Mans Natural Marine Park as part of its marine spatial plan. So wind power continues to grow. And here, if you look at the world trend, it is expected to grow even further in the future. Of course, the majority of the wind power will be coming from the onshore. And here, if the onshore were to grow about 1.4 times, then the offshore will be somewhere between 2 to 3. So onshore wind turbine capacity is expected to double by 2030 and offshore wind power to triple by 2030. And Korea, which is a peninsula, it is surrounded by sea on its three sides, is well positioned to lead the renewable energy market through the growth of the offshore wind industry. And we believe that this can be a great opportunity to industrialize, and offshore wind needs to be harmonized with protecting marine ecosystem and also fishermen's livelihoods as well. And here, if you look at Asia, you can see that China takes up 50% if you look into the total installation percentage of offshore wind power. Last year, China took up 58% of total installations worldwide. So you can see that China is really accelerating its installations, and it will only get faster in the future. For wind power, although Korea plans to expand, we are still at the megawatt, not even gigawatts, we're in the megawatts. So we would need to increase by tenfold for us to catch up and also meet the target for the renewable energy. For floating offshore plant, it can be free from many of the constraints. So that has been gaining a lot of attention. And based on many of the materials, Korea, here, South Korea, has a great potential for the floating offshore wind power. As mentioned earlier, there are some mixed perspectives when it comes to offshore wind power. Some are talking about environmental impact, social conflict. Others are worried about the welfare and maybe the win-win situation of the local community. Some are even worried about the dolphins that are living in the oceans. But recently, there are some positive views saying that the offshore wind power plant can be very positive. There is a report in the Jeju Island that after installing the offshore wind power, the fishermen were able to catch more fish, and that has actually vitalized the local economy. It can also be a great way to increase and attract people to live in the village, and that will be great for vitalizing the local economy as well. In order to understand the impact of the offshore wind, we would need to separate it for construction phase and the operation phase. That is why we need to focus on both. Sometimes we are only focusing on the construction side, and they will say that, oh, don't build at all, because at the construction side, many will be complaining about the noise, the high decibels, causing hearing impairment and sometimes erratic behavior, and also suspended solids or suspended loads. So direct disturbance of habitats and eruption of photosynthesis in plankton has been some of the issues. And for the operation levels, wake blockage, so reduced exchange of atmosphere and ocean within the complex, also affecting water temperature and dissolved oxygen levels, noise coming out from the blade and the structure vibration. And sometimes, if it actually restricts fishing to protect this kind of pillar, then that can also have a conservation effect. And this actual tower or the pillar itself can work as a formation of new habitat. And it can increase the population and increase biodiversity. That is why we can't just say that everything is bad about offshore wind plant. It's the more reasonable way will be to understand the downsides and the upsides and try to minimize the downside while still enjoying some of the benefit. So here, for the wind turbine, it will have an impact on the avian ecosystem. Offshore wind turbines can act as barriers, and the birds migrating across the ocean. There can be some direct collision, can result in mortality. Blades can act as barriers, causing birds to fly around them. But then there are some other measures that are being introduced, such as having some kind of a noise, or there are so many research coming out of many advanced countries, and they're saying that there are not many birds colliding with the blade and dying. There are more cases where birds are actually crashing into windows or glass and dying. Another interesting thing is that this actually works as a artificial reef effect. So water birds may find it easier to forage at offshore wind farms due to artificial reef effects. Another interesting is ways of minimizing the noise. So construction noise abatement method, such as bubble curtains, has proven to be very impactful. And there has been also placing artificial reefs around power plants to artificially restore habitat damage during construction. And last year, when I visited Wostead, it was very interesting, and they were making a alternative habitat, or they have restored a already damaged habitat. So they were not only building the wind power plants, but they were also doing a lot of efforts to restore and mitigate, to make sure that birds don't crash into this wind turbine. They have ways of like painting one side of the blade so that it acts as a motion blur effect, and making sure that the birds actually avoid from colliding into these blades. So what are some of the policies in place? We looked into the European region, and there are two main policy areas. One is site selection and strategic environmental assessment. And the other is ecosystem impact and appropriateness assessment. UK, Germany, and the Netherlands and Denmark, the top offshore wind installers, all have a central government that is responsible for national offshore wind siting plans and individual siting decisions that are auctioned off to operators. And in that process, they also conduct strategic environmental assessment and appropriateness assessment to minimize ecosystem impacts. And the site selection process is divided into the maritime spatial planning stage and the individual site selection stage. A strategic environmental assessment and separate appropriateness assessment are conducted at each stage. So the strategic environmental assessment assesses the various impacts of a land use plan on the environment, including ecosystem impacts such as birds, marine mammals, bats, fish, and etc. And then for ecosystem impact and appropriateness assessment, they looked into most marine protected areas that are included in Natura 2000 and appropriateness assessment for plans or projects that may affect Natura 2000 sites, which are EU-wide ecosystem protection areas. So here you can see some more specifics for UK, Germany, Netherlands, and Denmark. So when they do the strategic analysis, when they do the appropriateness analysis. Of course, the stages of when they actually conduct these tests are different based on the situation. But what we can see in common is that all of these top installers have those assessments in place. So what does this mean for Korea, and how can Korea improve its policy system? So currently, there is no strategic environmental assessment for offshore wind power, and the proposed Offshore Wind Power Special Act considers conducting marine spatial compatibility consultation during the site selection process to establish the basic design of the reserve area. And this is only looking into some of the interference with other projects. So this can be used as a review or a reference. However, there is not a systematic assessment program. We also need a appropriateness assessment, but Korea does not have one. So how can we improve this? It is proposed that a strategic environmental assessment should be conducted at each stage of marine spatial planning and designation of development zones so that the impact of offshore wind on marine ecosystems can be properly assessed and countermeasures prepared from the siting planning stage. And as there is no provision for marine spatial planning that includes a review of the entire offshore wind farm siting, it is necessary to add this kind of a provision. And there is no need to introduce a separate appropriate assessment procedure in Korea, but it's necessary to add marine protected areas to the list of strategic environment assessment items and assess their impacts more systematically. In South Korea, it's a very heavily fishery-dependent country, so most offshore wind sites overlap with fishing zones, causing fishermen to suffer and fisheries to shrink. So fishermen are very important stakeholders. It's very important that we do information sharing and talk with them during the siting process, and social conflicts due to the lack of consideration for the entire population can be an issue. I think that's the way we should expand our wind power plant. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I looked at your presentation deck in advance and thought it's very long. Maybe it's hard to keep it in the time, but thank you for being so succinct. We will now have the panel discussion for session 1. So there are areas where we shouldn't have the offshore power constructed. So it shouldn't be done during the operation phase, but actually during the site selection phase, we should consider these environmental factors. And when we select a site for the wind farm, we should consider mitigation efforts that we can consider. So let's first begin the session 1. It is about citing an environmental impact of offshore wind power, how we can prepare to prevent any siting related issues that could impact the environment. So let me introduce our 3 presenters. The first presenter will talk about the marine environmental impact assessment of offshore wind power. And we have Ms. Jang Soo-jung, the marine fisheries researcher at the National Institute for Fisheries Science. And the second presenter is going to talk about the current status of seabirds and the impact of offshore wind power on seabirds. And we have Senior Research Fellow Lee Hoo-seung from KEI. And the third presenter for session 1 will talk about the impact of offshore wind on marine ecosystem diversity. And the speaker is from Osted, Taiwan. So let me invite our first speaker. We have the researcher Jang Soo-jung, and she will talk about the marine environmental impact assessment of offshore wind power. It's so great to see you all. I am Jang Soo-jung from the National Institute of Fisheries Science, the Marine Environment Impact Assessment Center. So this marine environmental impact assessment is about checking the impact of wind power development on the marine system, marine ecosystem. And actually, the government has announced the 2030 renewable power system to increase the power portion of renewables to 20%. And actually, in case of the wind power, it has less impact on the environment and society. And if we have a meter per sec wind power in the environment, we can have the wind power created. So that's why we are seeing more demand for the offshore wind. However, it can have impact on the environment and the ecosystem and the marine species and fisheries as well. And it can also harm the coastal environment and fishing production volume and can have conflict with the fishing community. Today, I will be talking about the Ulsan floating wind farms impact that we have carried out at our center to see what were the impact that we have assessed when we have the offshore wind power being developed. This is my table of contents. I will look into the offshore wind power in Korea and offshore wind power and marine environmental impact assessment and the one that we have carried out at Ulsan farm. So in Korea, these are the locations where we had discussions about the offshore wind. We had the Tamla offshore wind farm and Seonam offshore wind farm, and they are currently under operation. Halim offshore wind, they are under construction. By 2024, the assessments were completed in Seohae, Yeonnam, Kunsan, Taean. Those were the areas where we have completed the environmental assessment and the marine impact assessment. And more than 20 gigawatt were completed there. And Jeonnam and Gyeongnam were also completed. And recently, Ulsan, southeast area location has the wind farm being considered. So you can see here the areas where we have completed the assessment. This assessment is carried out to review and evaluate the potential impact on the marine environment. And in Korea, we have the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries carrying out the marine use impact assessment and the general marine space consultation. And we also have the Ministry of Environment carrying out the strategic environmental impact assessment and small-scale environmental impact assessment. These assessments are carried out to provide various data for decision-making in the marine environment policy and to reduce any conflicts among marine users. Finding out proper ways to use the marine environment is also identified through this assessment. If the generation is below 50,000 kilowatts, then the assessment will be for the general marine area use consultation. And if the generation volume is between 50 to 100 kilowatt, then we will have the marine use impact assessment. So there are various assessments carried out for different volume of the power generation, and different proposals are drafted so that we can have sustainable power generation for different scale of the wind farm. In November 2022, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries have come up with this guideline on drafting the marine use impact assessment. So you can see at the bottom of the slide what are those factors. There are 5 factors that are considered for the marine physics and chemistry, and also 3 factors for environmental risk, and 5 factors for the marine ecosystem. And they include the plankton and benthos, nekton and marine mammals and birds. And for the humanities and society, they look into the space, fisheries, and sociological factors and economy and residents' health. So I believe that you all know about this. For the offshore wind, they have the fixed foundation and the floating foundation. For the fixed, they are usually constructed in the Jeju coastal area or the Western Sea or the Southern Sea of Korea with about 60 meters of the depth. And in case of floating, they are located in the Eastern Sea of Korea with 60 to 150 kilometers of depth. In case of the floating foundation, it can have a fixation to the seabed so that the foundation will not be moving around, and they are connected to the transmitter by using the cable. For the floating foundation, usually they are located far away from the land, so of course we can use high quality wind resource, and the electric wave and noise will not be impacting the residents. This is the marine environment impact assessment that we have carried out for the Ulsan floating wind farm. Actually, we are still carrying out this evaluation. This is just a draft. So you can see the initially suggested siting and the volume and the location. From the Ulsan coast, it is about 60 kilometers from the coast. It is near the EEZ, and you can see that we have 해울-2 and 문무바람, 귀신고래, 동해-1 and Banditpur, and the waste discharge area. There are those 5 sites. The total volume of generation is about 6.2 gigawatts, and you can see that there are some variations between the capacities of each project. And you can see that for the area, they are also different, ranging from 154 square kilometers to 240 square kilometers. For this Ulsan floating wind farm, we have the draft report of the environmental impact and identified what are the main causes of harm to the environment. And we have identified noise factors and impacts on the marine ecosystem and species. So you can see here, as for the site feasibility study, it is near the dumping area that is located in this eastern sea. But when we were drafting this initial report, the dumping site was not included in the consideration, so it was not included in the evaluation. According to the Ministry of Fisheries discharge area guideline, there are possible impacts that this discharge area can have on the marine resources, including the seashell and fish and etc. And as for this dumping site, actually there are 3 different categories: the discharge area, recovery confirmation area, and the continuous observation area. Actually, some are saying that this naming could be very sensitive, so we have used just these alphabets A, B, C, D, and E. So you can see what are the results of each evaluation that we have carried out. And for the wind farm construction, actually their operation could be overlapping with the discharge operators. And there were some complaints being filed to the Ulsan government regarding this overlap of their routes. So we have concerns that this wind farm could have conflict with the discharge operators, and the floating load coming from the discharge could be impeding the wind farm operation. And you can see that these 5 sites, they are located in their vicinities, but based on the timing of the survey and the number of survey points, and survey methodologies, there were different outcomes. So we had some differences in how the survey was carried out. So what we should be doing in the future is to have a unified methodology for the survey in the future. So that will be incorporated in the final survey and the final result, but actually that is not the case for this draft report. These 5 locations, of course, for the survey, there were some climate or the temperature or other atmospheric related differences, and the inspection methods were different. For the sampling, the net or the sample collection tools were different, and the sample collection sites were different, and the number of samples collected were different. And the Ministry of Fisheries, they didn't have any unified guidelines on this methodology. In October 2022, actually, a unified guideline was created. So later on, we will have more consolidated or unified studies. But before that, we didn't have this standardized methodology. Of course, based on the capacity of the wind farm, there are different government entities that are overseeing the operation, and different government agencies have different requirements and standards. So even if the sites are located nearby, they had different standards or guidelines being applied. For fish and marine resources, you can see that the area has many pelagic fish and a lot of fishing vessels going around in this area. And especially, there are fishing operators who use large vessels, and there are areas where the movement of vessels are limited. So it is very important to come up with the mitigation measures for fish and marine resources. However, there were no proper investigation or inspections on this, and all the assessments that we have had were limited to gill net and fish pot. So we need wider and broader assessment. And the marine transport safety assessment is still not completed, and we are not having sufficient communication with residents and fishermen. We are just having discussions with the aquaculture community in the coastal area, but we still need to have discussions and communications with fishermen that are located outside of those aquaculture communities. So that's why we need to come up with more concrete cooperation measures and the impact mitigation measures. And for this area, actually, we also had assessments carried out by the marine mammals and marine birds protection agencies. There are about 50 species of marine mammal, including the Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin and seagrass and seahorse and various other species are living there. So for those marine protected species, we need to come up with proper protection measures. For the survey on seagrass, some institutions carried out the diving studies, while the others have carried out only the ROV studies. For the underwater noise, actually it can impact the marine mammal. And when assessing the noise level, there were differences in how the noise was measured. Different machines were used, and the depth of the measuring were different. And exclusion of the background noise or other sensitivity control measures were different among different agencies. For these, to identify the actual impact of the construction on the marine noise, we need to have clear standards. In areas where we could have the potential offshore wind farm, we are not having the proper impact on what will be the harms to be caused on marine mammal. In case of Western countries, they are carrying out those inspections to see the impact on the marine mammal. However, we haven't done that, and we only just looked into the frequencies that are very sensitive to the marine mammals. So we have to consider the auditory threshold and the frequency band of each emerging organism to identify the actual impact of the construction mammal. You can see the distribution of the marine mammal. It was announced by the dolphin study agencies, and you can see that near the coastal area to the east, we see a lot of dolphins, and also they appear a lot in the open sea as well. In order to avoid the impact on these dolphins and also to avoid the bycatch, we have to plan the spatial selection in the right way. In case of large-sized dolphins, actually there are some suspending vessels, and due to the maze effect under those large vessels, the large-sized mammals or dolphins could lose their whereabouts, and it can impact their livelihood. So we have to also carry out studies on that. In terms of the mitigation measures, we have not carried out studies on different mitigation measures for different species, and we need to understand precise impact on different species, including birds and marine mammals and reptiles, etc., to come up with customized mitigation measures for different species. As for the electromagnetic field, actually it can disturb the migration or behavior of fish or sea mammal, and we need to come up with detailed and more concrete studies on the impact of the electromagnetic field on mammals and seabirds and all the other marine species. This is the conclusion. We have carried out the impact assessment and have identified what are the species that we need to carefully look into for this assessment. First, for the East Sea floating offshore wind farm, we have conflicting spatial locations with a waste discharge area and fishing area and marine habitat. When we assess the impact on marine environment, we need to have a standardized methodology to create the assessment report. And we also need to have an accumulated database. Third, we have to have these studies on the appearance of fish and fishery resources by using the fishing gear used for actual fishing operation. In case of the underwater noise and electromagnetic fields, we don't have any experience in that area in Korea, and we don't have any unified standards, so we need to come up with a unified standard for the Korean studies. And as for the integration of the surveys in the future, we should be able to carry out the actual cumulative impacts of the creation of a large-sized offshore wind farm and have a comprehensive and consistent survey methodology to have more reliable database. Also, based on the climate condition, some surveys might not be carried out in the proper way. So we need to create a platform to monitor the climate condition and also the survey methodologies, and the survey methodologies should be shared among stakeholders. There are some prerequisites. Different operators have different vendors carrying out this inspection, and they don't have the same construction methodologies and timelines. So for that, we need to come up with better solutions to have more consistent inspections.
Yes, I noticed that there are many homework that we need to do based on the presentation. There needs to be a clearer guideline. There also needs to be a series of new research. Next, allow me to introduce our research fellow, Hoo-Seung Lee, from the Division for Natural Environment from the Korea Environment Institute. Please give him a warm hand. So hello, as introduced, my name is Hoo-Seung Lee. It's my first time taking place in this energy transition forum. I had keen interest in the energy transition forum, so I did visited their website a lot. But I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very honored to be share some of the findings. I've majored in ecology. I'm an ecologist, and I study marine birds and also the water and sea birds. And it was interesting to understand the relationship with these marine birds with offshore plant. So what are birds? We're not just here to talk about birds, but if you look into many of the nature-related reports, there is a very high conservative value attached to conserving these species. It's important in the face of climate crisis. It's also important for all the livelihood and lives that are living on Earth. But because I have a background in ecosystem and ecology, I would like to approach this from the biodiversity point of view. So biodiversity, as the word suggests, it's very diverse, but they're not in silos. They're all intertwined, interconnected. So if one goes down, then it will have a butterfly effect, and everything will soon start to collapse before you have anything to do. So I think this is a picture that you've seen a lot since we've started to discuss about climate change. So climate change, and then there will be a biodiversity collapse. And comparing to this with like pandemic, like there was COVID-19, and there will be some other maybe crises that are happening, but these are not all single isolated events, but they are all interconnected. There are various forms of renewable energies. However, unfortunately, many of these renewable energy projects are happening in the protected areas, and that was some of the reports that were coming out. And we're not saying that, oh, this is a big no, we shouldn't do renewable energy. But what we're saying is that do take this into consideration, and let's try to expand renewable energy in a more balanced way with a more conscious mind of what it's doing for the environment. So, of course, related to this, there's also conflict. So the conflict is on the horizon. Offshore wind power and tides are highly spatially linked. So if you look into this globe, the red, the color means that it is very clearly and closely related to the feeding zone. And on the right-hand side, if there is a darker blue, it means that it has abundant wind, strong wind flying. And you can see the correlation between the two. The areas that are very lucrative for wind power generation are the areas where these birds are actually feeding and there are habitats. So as you know, they actually go migrate to one place. So there will be like tens of thousands of birds kind of all cluttered up together, and then they actually migrate. And many of the birds kind of follow this kind of pattern, and that is why there can be a lot of conflicts happening with the impacts on birds and the wind farm. So we're not saying that let's not build wind farms, but what we're saying is that even if we are to build wind farms, let's be a little bit conscious about where we're building it, and let's try to minimize the actual installation on the areas that are protected. So proactive efforts to limit presence of the marine birds are actually happening. So here we can see that wind farms are now sited kind of far off from the actual coastal areas. And if that is not a feasible option, then we think that it would also worsen the impact that we have on the marine birds. As you can see, the UK has minimized impacts by siting sites as far away as possible from the breeding colonies of marine birds. And some of the generators installed adjacent to breeding islands were installed in the early days of offshore wind power technology development, and that was way before the national planning kicked in. In Korea, as you can see, we do have already some guidelines of where these offshore power plants needs to be installed. Wildlife sanctuaries, some of them natural monument habitats, should be areas that should be excluded. However, this is not enough to minimize the adverse impact that it has on marine life. And unfortunately, Korea does not have enough information on this. But let's look at the UK case. They just don't look at the space itself, but they have a comprehensive understanding of the species living in a certain location. So whenever they need it, they can actually get this information to understand where they need to be a little bit sensitive, where they can actually they can consider as a consideration zone. But what about the onshore wind farm? When we are building an onshore, we focus on the ecological characteristics. This information is very crucial. But for offshore, here like islands, it looks into the distribution of birds and its correlation with the wind powers, and providing the species information. But in Korea, we do not have that species information. And that is another reason why there are many social conflicts whenever we talk about expanding the renewable energy. So why is there such a big difference? I think it starts from the research stage, because in the European region, they started these research from 1970s. They looked into the ocean and they kind of segmented it. And by using different shipments, they wanted to understand what are some of the biodiversity, what species are living in their oceans before they start building any projects. But in Korea, we started it with onshore areas and slowly moved out to the coastal areas, but not much has been done for the ocean marine life. Because we don't have that information, when somebody says, hey, I want to build a wind farm, have a turbine up and running, then that is causing a lot of confusion and conflict as well. But why is Korean Peninsula important for bird migration, and why should we take that into consideration? Well, the Korean Peninsula has been recognized as an important habitat for wintering, passerine, and summering birds. And birds with diverse life history use the Korean Peninsula throughout the year. And especially these tidal flats that Korea, the Western Sea has been internationally recognized as a stopover site for the endangered migratory birds. And it was also enlisted as a UNESCO national heritage. So why are birds important for climate change, biodiversity, and more? I guess one of the ecological birds are one of the ecological barometers that tell us about the environmental health. So birds can act as an early warning system as they are very sensitive to environmental change. And they travel very long ranges. So they can be a great medium for understanding any changes. Looking into some of the different types of the birds, there is marine birds, and beneath the marine birds, there are seabirds and shore birds and waterfowl. And one of the overarching commonality of these birds is that they actually move in big clusters. So all bird species kind of use the same marine space for breeding, living, feeding, migrating, and etc. So they will get together to breed, but then they will go back to where they came from. So if I told you to, okay, let's meet tomorrow here, then if you are a bird, then you will come exactly to the seat that you are sitting today. So that's what these birds do. After the breeding season, they will come back to the actual spot that they were the year before. So in the European Union, this was a very important factor and not interfering with these natural traits of birds. I talked about how birds are the ecological barometer of understanding the healthiness of the environment. So what if marine birds became extinct? Predations by marine birds regulates the abundance of the fish they consume, as predation pressure and nutrient inputs from feces contribute to maintaining marine ecosystem. So again, if the marine birds are in danger, then it will actually lead to a collapse of the ecosystem. These points are the status of major seabird breeding colonies in the country. I talked with many of the fishermen that live in this area. We can see there are mainly the coastal areas and the islands on the west coast of Korea. But as mentioned, many research are focused on onshores. We don't have much information related to the birds, the marine birds, and how they're using the marine space. We started about 3 years ago. And we used the GPS information very similar to your mobile phone. So we attach this little geo location tracking device on the birds, and then it will be solar charging, collecting location coordinates and basic environmental data. As you can see here, it's very small. It's less than 3% of the bird's weight. So it has very minimal impact on the bird. It's not heavy in any way. Started with 529 birds. We've been collecting around 300 million different sites. So these are some of the birds we looked into. Not all of them are endangered species, but we used it as an indicator to understand the migration and the actual nature of how it breeds and lives in these areas. As you can see, 14 species of marine birds, including black-tailed gulls, black-faced spoonbills. And here, the bird you see here is known as Egretta eulophotis. Here is where they were captured, but then after the breeding is over, they will follow to this trajectory, the wintering site, And then for Platylia minor, same like this. For Numenius madagascarianus, breeding site, these, and then this is where they were captured going back. So from Yubu here to Indonesia, it took about 17 hours for them to fly over to a different country. So what do they do in Korea? So these kinds of birds use Korea as a stopover. So stopover is an area where they just rest, rejuvenate their energy. So that's what they do. So when you are trying to recharge your energy, you don't need to really move around a lot. That is why if you look into their movement, it's not very big. They're just sitting there in the tidal flats, and then they are ready to leave. We also looked into the altitude because altitude is very important in talking about the offshore wind plant. But I think that the altitude is not very important because we checked 24 hours before migration to territorial waters and up to 6 hours after migration, but mostly they fly below the minimum height of offshore wind turbines. And then here is the spatial use patterns of endangered wild birds. This is accumulated data of 3 years' worth. And interesting is that the birds that were in Ulleungdo, they go to the eastern coast for raising their birds. They travel 120 times to deliver food to their baby birds. So this was spatial data that was very interesting. These are the data that we use a lot to understand the behavior of these wild animals. So 50%, if it means it's a very important area for the behavior or the movement of those species. So here, this was a long-term business study for offshore wind farms, reveals critical habitat areas in the ocean. So what I will just say is that related to marine birds, monitoring, tracking, that is just very simple. And using the geolocation, the business operators only do it for a month or two. But our KEI have this information that we've been researching for 3 years. So just give us the information and we already have all the research for you. So I do not recommend the business operators to go on their own and do these types of research because it will be too simple. And then there is a need for better conservation, mitigation, and compensation policies. I know that Professor Yoon mentioned this earlier, but there were many people raising that the birds will collide to the blades, but it was only 3 to 5%. So the collision risk is very, very low. And I think the most important thing is how we protect and conserve the habitat of these seabirds. So for the marine mammals and the seabirds and marine life, I think compensation is very important. If there is an inevitable situation that minimization efforts is not enough, then we would also need to compensate it by giving it an alternative habitat. And for areas, these are some of the conservation efforts as well, having a prototypical conservation of spaces with high conservation value in terms of biodiversity. So the more comprehensive research it will be to look into what is the best way to maintain the biodiversity. How can we make sure that the population viability analysis shows that this is appropriate scale and location for the project, and etc. And lastly, I would like to give you my opinion about the offshore wind power. There were many risks, but just looking at UK and Korea, the coastal lines are very different. So in UK, there are many cliffs. So many of the birds are here by the cliff. This is where they feed and their way live. However, on the right-hand side, this is Korea situation, and this is the western part of Korea. It is like tidal flats. So we can't just directly move the UK case and apply it to Korea. There needs to be certain calibrations before we use it for Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Lee. There were some impressive comments that you have mentioned. We haven't done sufficient studies. We need more. But for seabirds, actually at KEI, you have done some studies, so we can utilize that as the basis. At national level, we need wider studies to come up with more concrete solution. We now have the third presentation. The third presenter is from the actual business side of operating in this offshore wind industry. Actually, Ørsted, it has created the most number of wind farms in the world, and also it has done a project in Taiwan where the environment is similar to Korea. So actually, we have Mr. Chi-An Lee, and he is joining us online.
네, 발표 부탁드리겠습니다.
So, Mr. Lee, please start your presentation.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Just checking if everybody hearing me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ji-an Lee. I am actually sitting in Taiwan. As introduced, we just celebrated a full inauguration of a 900 megawatts offshore wind farm. If you just allow me. Okay, I can see myself on the screen now, but not the PowerPoint slides. I will presume that everyone in the auditorium room can see the PowerPoint slides, and I could just go ahead, proceed with my presentation. It is actually a privilege to speak, to join the future of our ocean today, and to share with all of you about what Ørsted has been working on we have been working on really hard to balance in with the nature when building renewable energy facilities, including offshore wind farms. I should introduce myself a little bit more first. As said, my name is Ji-an Lee. I am the Senior Sustainability Advisor and Biodiversity Specialist of Ørsted in the Asia-Pacific region. Ørsted is a renewable energy company. We have a business model to develop, construct, and operate our renewable energy assets. And I think we're still leading the world in the offshore wind sector. As of now, we have the largest installation capacity. And of course, we have more than 30 years of experiences in offshore wind sector. If you can go to the next slide, you can see our sustainability ambitions, targets, and I will introduce our actions towards the targets. Ørsted is ranked as the most sustainable renewable energy developer of 2023. Actually, that was the fifth consecutive year of we've been ranked as the most sustainable energy company in the world. Our vision is to create a world that runs entirely on green energy. And of course, by doing so, we have set a roadmap to achieve carbon net zero of our own and our entire value chain emissions. Which we aim, and we are still, I think we are on track to reach the 98% reduction in emission intensity by 2025, and we actually have a net zero target by 2040. We also aim to deliver biodiversity net positive impact in all new renewable energy projects that commissioned in 2030 and onwards, and as well as climate and biodiversity. We are aiming to improve material circularity in close collaboration with our key suppliers. As of now, we set a target and we set a policy of no zero wind turbine blades going to landfill as final disposal. And please go on to the next slide. This is a snapshot, gives everyone an idea of how us has been outlining our sustainability targets and puts it as a core of our business. We look at the impacts on the communities, the circular resources use, the carbon emissions from our own operations, and of course our supply chain. And in the environment, we also look into the biodiversity and the impact on the local ecosystem, which where our assets located and the nearby areas. So, and also I think it's worth to mention, we constantly, I think we're on slide 3. Yes, that's the right one. Okay, thanks.
Anna, could you please share your slide, please?
Right. Thank you. I can see the slides now. It's much better. I think it's worth to mention that in OSET we constantly we revisit, review, and renew our sustainability targets, so that we ensure that we are working in action, aligning with our operations and the construction activities. And I think that today we wanted to put the most focus on our biodiversity targets and our actions. As said, we wanted to deliver net positive biodiversity impact in all new renewable energy projects that commission from 2030. That means the net positive impact, what do we mean by that? It's the totality of the biodiversity impact, including through the measurement activities that we take when opportunistic siting and the geosurvey, geophysical and geotechnical survey that we do to assess technical design and construction plans. We also can you go back to the previous slide? Yes. I think it's worth to elaborate on what do we mean by net positive impact on biodiversity, as the net positive impact is actually built on the concept of avoidance, mitigation, restoration, and offset. There's a hierarchy of what kind of the type and the level of adverse impact that a construction and operation activities potentially can impose on the ecosystem. And if you go to the next slide, please. The slide shows some most commonly concerned or identified biodiversity impacts that occurred by offshore wind farm construction and operation activities. From onshore, we see cable lines, the transmission lines pose a potential collision or tangling impact on birds. And if you look at the cables connected from the onshore facility to the offshore facility, there's a landfall at the coastal, or sometimes that's an intertidal area. So we have also to measure and monitor the impact on the benthic, intertidal benthic, and animal species. And then going offshore, we also see when vessel operating in the ocean, it could be underwater noise and vibration impact. There could be also potentially striking impact on the fish, marine mammal, or even some other benthic animal species. And then if we look at the offshore wind farm, the offshore wind farm is composed by several key components, including a offshore substation, which collecting all of the electricity generated by each of the wind turbine, and each of the wind turbine will be connected to each other by a array cable, meaning that the turbine itself has been installed on offshore wind foundations. And the foundations, if we use the fixed bottom technology, we have to either pile or in our cases, we also use a suction bucket jacket technology, so that the foundations will be sucked into the seabed without piling. No matter what kind of technology, if we are using a fixed bottom foundations, that foundations will be installed into the seabed and standing there for more than 20 years or more than 30 years during the operation life cycle. So that there are potential impacts created by foundations construction and turbine installation. And then during the operations, of course, there are concerns of bird collision risks on turbine blades. These are all of the commonly addressed environmental or biodiversity impact during project development and construction processes. And that's also been widely discussed during regulatory required environmental impact assessment processes, meaning that to reach permitting or compliance in each of the across all the market that we operate, we have more than 30 years of experiences to address these impacts. And according to our net positive impact ambition, Ørsted is also working hard on going one step forward to not just stay at the compliance level, but to reach a net positive, meaning that during the more than 20 years or even 30 years of operation life cycle, we should aim for restore or offset biodiversity impact, so that the wind farm coexist with the ecosystem inside and nearby its locations. If you go to the next slide. No, yes, this is the right one. This is a recent example of mitigate underwater noise and vibration by improving project design and construction technologies. In Taiwan, we are using suction bucket jacket foundations in the second stage of Greater Changhua Wind Farm. The suction bucket jacket foundations, the technology itself is nothing new. This is not a newly entered market technology. It has been applied by the oil and gas industry for, if not decades, for many years already. But this is the very first time this technology has been introduced to offshore wind energy industry, and the first time it been introduced at Taiwan Strait. Ørsted has experience of applying this technology through offshore wind turbine foundations in Europe, but this is also the first time that we applied this technology in Asia Pacific. We understand that by applying suction bucket jacket, this is a piling less, meaning that we don't have to hammer the pin pile, which is part of the foundation structure, into the seabed. During the hammering process, it generates underwater noise, which potentially could pose adverse impact on marine mammal and fish. With applying suction bucket jacket foundations, the technology theory is to utilize a pressure difference when we vacuum the foundation's bottom. There are 3 big buckets under each foundation jacket leg, and we vacuum the giant bucket at the same time. The foundation will be sucked into the seabed due to pressure differences inside the bucket and outside. To apply this technology, we do not have to pile the jacket foundation into seabed, which means that there will be nearly no piling underwater noise occurred during constructions. So this is one example of how we can integrate a design, the construction and technology with biodiversity impact mitigation. And if you go to the next slide, sorry, I cannot see the slide again. It should be a mitigation hierarchy. It's a pyramid showing that we want to move from avoidance mitigation towards restoration, offset, and even enhance after the project has completed construction and move into operation phases. By doing so, if you go to the next slide, you can see all of our biodiversity initiatives that has been taken around globe at each of our offshore wind projects. We have actually been attempting to do so starting from 2014, but in 2014 we're still trying to further mitigate underwater noise. That's a broken Reef Guard 1. And moving towards 2020 and onwards, we have been testing different structures in scour protection or in our turbines or foundations, or with our other facilities near to the shore, or even create new facilities to enhance key species habitat or a quality of their important habitats. And you can tell from this timeline that the footprint has been spreading from Europe. Now we are taking action in this part of the world. We have some new initiatives been implemented with the Greater Changhua Wind Farm in Taiwan. And if you go to the next slide, which tells our ambition to integrate this biodiversity net positive initiatives into the way that into the way we work when constructing our renewable energy assets, meaning that we don't stop at just node net loss. Usually node net loss in commonly in the regulatory required EIA stops at avoidance mitigation, and then when the residual impacts are identified, then the EIA authority would require developers or operators like Ørsted to execute the environmental protection and monitoring plan during the operation phases for next 20 to 30 years to achieve node net loss as much as possible. But if a wind farm is standing at the location, it's standing in the sea for more than 20 to 30 years, it means that the wind farm will become gradually part of the ecosystem. We have already seen benthic animals been growing on the foundations, and then the benthic animals attract fish and other marine animals, and then the wind farm itself actually became a part of, or let's say a newly introduced existence structure to that ecosystem, and that's the reason why it became part of the marine ecosystem. So what we have been doing in Ørsted is to improve or to innovate our existing wind farm technologies. So a foundation structure or the scouring protection that used to be can be more nature inclusive. It could be applying new technologies to manufacture this scour protection structure and make the structure more friendly to the original ecosystem, so that we have key biodiversity species to have a chance to restore or to grow in our offshore wind farms. We see that already in the North Sea, where our offshore wind farm structure can be used as an artificial reef, so that the codfish, the juvenile fish, can utilize our wind farm structure as a shelter, avoid to be either predators or industrial fishing, and then utilize that wind farm structure to restore the codfish population. And we also come up with a systematic approach to integrate the biodiversity net positive framework to our offshore wind projects. If you go to the next slide, we have identified step-by-step aligning our biodiversity framework with the project lifecycle, meaning that the biodiversity net positive initiative starts from identifying key biodiversity habitat and species, and it should start after we have completed site selection, meaning that we have already avoid those sites at the most concentrated or biodiversity hot zone, and after that we conduct risk screening along with EIA, and then determine our net positive impact approach, and then make the decisions along project development during tendering and permitting, and then execute and then integrate the biodiversity initiatives during project execution and operation. I should go to the next slide. And the next slide consists with a lot of, the previous slide, please. I'm not going to detail about in detail in this slide, but this is a standard regulatory or voluntary reporting frameworks that Ørsted has already been part of, meaning that the biodiversity initiative now is part of our standardized exercise, will also feed into our reporting framework and keep transparency and disclosure to our reporting to the authorities and also to our shareholders and stakeholders and even the public. And this is the last slide of my presentation. If you go to the next one, I think I would like to end up here. This is again, we want to work together with all our peers, our suppliers, and the entire industry, and all of our stakeholders to generate more benefits for the nature. Thank you. That's all from my sharing today.
Thank you for your presentation. Once again, thank you for your great presentation despite the technical glitch that we had at the beginning. Thank you. We will have about 5 minutes break to rearrange the stage and then have the panel discussion. We will now have the panel discussion. All the participants, please come back and take your seat, and we will have another break after the panel discussion.
Please kindly take your seats. We will begin shortly. Hello, everybody. I know that those 3 sessions were very intense. I'm sure that this 5-minute break was a great way to freshen up. So after we finish the session 1, this will be a expert panel discussion. The reason why I am the moderator is because maybe I am very closely related to the Energy Transition Forum, but also because I was involved with the offshore wind power project for about 5 years. Before that period, I was also involved in the research of dolphins or marine mammals and other marine life. Dolphins, since it was let out to sea, we've designated that dolphin named Chebami as a specially protected species. And then 15 bird species were also designated as a specially protected species. And as we've expanded the list, I think now we have a better understanding about the lives of the marine lives. So energy and marine life, many people call this a green versus green conflict. But as we've heard from the previous presentations, if we really dive into this matter, it's not a green-green conflict, but it can be viewed as a green-green synergy. I think today is where we discuss various ways to turn it into a green-green synergy. And before we just shove wind power plant to be something that harms the environment, there are many things that we need to think about. The environmental degradation has taken place far before the climate crisis. It's because of human exploitation and how we just successfully used our natural resources. It is not news that the number of dolphins have reduced, and that has nothing to do with the wind turbines or wind power plants. But now I think we're just saying that wind power plants, we found the target to subject to blame, and we're all pointing fingers at wind power plant, but it's not solely the one to blame. If you remember the novel Moby Dick, do you remember what the sea was that actually wrecked the ship? That's actually the Sea of Chile. But in the novel, it says it's the Japanese Sea. We're not sure if it's the West Sea or the East Sea. And I think it was written that it's Japanese Sea because it used to have many whales. And the East Sea, sometimes it was called the Sea of Whales, which shows that there was many whales in the sea. And we think that now is the time to discuss how we can better preserve the marine life. Ms. Chung talked about many of the guidelines of what to do for marine life. Mr. Hu Seung Lee, I meet him almost on a weekly basis, and he's been giving many significant suggestions of how to use already available information. We also heard from Ms. Chian Lee. I actually thought she was Korean because her name kind of sounded like a Korean name. And she talked about Ørsted's many efforts to mitigate, conserve, and avoid certain adverse effects of these wind power plants. So I will be giving 5 to 7 minutes for each panelist. So first, I would like to turn to Mr. Dong-ju Kim from RPS. I will give you 7 minutes. Hello, my name is Dong-ju Kim of RPS. We are a UK consultancy firm, and we provide many consultancy related to guidelines. And I am here to talk about some of the globally recognized best practices and how we should learn from them. I first would like to appreciate the previous presenters. So I would like to touch upon 3 points. So first is about the need for comprehensive scoping. What I mean by scoping is that clearly identifying and responding to the environmental impacts of offshore wind projects. And we talked about how MOE has its guidelines and that MOF has its guidelines. And because it has been revised, amended, I think it's not very clear of what we should abide by. And in UK, I remember that Professor Yoon mentioned that bat was one of the species that were included in the environmental assessment in the European regions. However, in Korea, I do not believe that bats are included, but bats, like birds, are at risk of collision. So I think first we need to understand if the bat is actually living in that area. And just by saying comprehensive scoping, I'm not suggesting that we should just expand the scope, but we should be more specific of what to include, what to not exclude, and also make a realistic evaluation based on the resource that is available. I think bats are now being kind of discussed a lot these days. But I think another area that we sometimes kind of neglect is like pinnipeds. Pinnipeds means like sharks and stingrays. So apart from birds and marine mammals, which are sensitive species in offshore wind projects, pinnipeds are surveyed in fish surveys, but specific scoping and assessment of sharks and stingrays appear to be lacking. So this may be an area we need to understand. And in Korea, there are about 43 species of sharks found in Korean waters, and 12 of them are classified as endangered on the IUCN Red List. But only 2 species, the whale shark and the red hammerhead shark, are registered as special species in Korea. And for stingrays, there are about 31 stingray species found in Korean waters, and most of them are listed on the IUCN Red List, but none of them are designated as marine protected species under the Korean law. So there is a gap and discrepancy between the local law and the international guidelines. So when we do the scoping, I think it's important for us to understand if these species are included and whether we need to expand the scope to properly do the research and analysis. And the second point I would like to raise is the need to introduce more specific and validated assessment and mitigation measures. So I know that EIA provides an assessment of identified potential environmental impacts and mitigation measures to avoid or reduce those impacts. A recent example of this is the use of acoustic warning devices to encourage bird and marine mammal to avoid or divert a certain site. But acoustic bird mitigation has been utilized in commercial fishing activities overseas, but there are very few studies of the use of acoustic warning devices in offshore wind projects. And international internationally with significant results and conflicting findings on their effectiveness in reducing impacts. Several species of birds reviewed in international studies have responded to the activation of acoustic devices by diverting or avoiding certain generators, but the effectiveness is not species specific, and birds have been shown to adapt to the constant noise and become less effective over time. And sometimes international experts say that because this is applied to a very large area, it is blocking bird access to areas of active foraging activity. And this may result in fewer individuals dying in collision with turbines, but all loss of habitat and food sources over a large area. So this is in line with the presentation that the focus of impact assessment schemes in the UK and US is changing from the traditional focus on physical collision to impacts on breeding population fluctuations. And conversely, international experts say that the most effective and certain way is to adjust the air gap. The air gap is a distance from sea level to the lowest tip of the turbine blades, with recent internationally recognized industry practice recommending a minimum of 30 meters. These mitigation measures have specific cost and technical aspects that need to be examined, so it's important to consider them early in the siting and business planning process to minimize the time and cost risks that may arise later. Another option is the acoustic deterrent device, and some are saying that this is actually very helpful for marine mammals, especially like mink, whales, or seals. But some are saying that this is actually blocking noise with a larger noise, which is why they're often described as noise deterrents. And for this reason, Taiwan's offshore projects have not utilized ADDs, and Australia has not embraced the idea of artificially disturbing ecosystems to mitigate impacts. The last part is the importance of information sharing and coordinated response. I believe that information sharing and joint response is the most efficient and quickest approach for a nascent offshore wind industry to coexist with marine ecosystems. Sharing of EIA processes and content is already emerging in countries such as UK and Australia, and it has many benefits. By making each developer's EIAs publicly available beyond the legal requirements and sharing them with each other, governments and conservation organizations can help accumulate scarce marine data. Developers can save money and time by reducing the scope of duplication of efforts required to conduct status research. And by sharing EIAs between neighboring operators, the information collected can be more consistently and accurately verified. And furthermore, given the And information sharing is also essential to conducting cumulative impact assessment and devising mitigation measures that take cumulative impacts into account. And furthermore, given the limited number of experts in the country, it is difficult to ensure that all operators require surveys at similar times. So it's better to cooperate. That's all I have for now. If you have any questions later, we'll give you a chance to ask them later. Mr. Kim talked about several mitigation technologies, how to have a comprehensive scope, and also sharing information to reduce any redundancy. Next, I would like to turn to Soyomi.
Hello, I am also working at SNU and also at Energy Transition Forum. At Energy Transition Forum, as Professor Lee has mentioned, we are participating in this consortium. And last year, we had a meeting with various stakeholders who are involved in the 5 Nordic countries. So today, I will be talking about those experiences and also what European countries have in their policies to support this ecosystem protection. In case of the UK, since 2002, the UK introduced a lease round to select business operators for the development zone suitable for the offshore wind park. The Royal Land Commission is in charge of this, both the siting and the lease. Usually, there are some permits and procurement processes that needs to be achieved. So in the case of the UK, they have both the site selection and procurement and the long-term CFD and all the others being unified into one channel. Since last year in August, details on the development of wind power was introduced, and since in case of Korea, we also have had a revision of the guidelines of the power generation. So after you get the permit, if you don't start on the construction within 5 years, you have to return your license. And because of developmental issues, many companies will have their licenses being revoked. However, it can cause a lot of issues because they have not yet carried out proper surveys, but their licenses might be revoked. So the government, including the Ministry of Environment, will be taking the leadership in carrying out the environmental assessment and also to identify the proper siting feasibility studies. However, there are some issues. If it will be much better if the government does the preliminary studies on what are the proper sites and then give out those sites to the auction to select the operators. Actually, current process is very complicated. The operator has to submit for the assessment and then get the result within 7 days, and then go through the consulting of these sites by the Ministry of Industry and Energy, and then ask for opinions from the Ministry of Environment and the Ocean and Fisheries and the Defense. As for the siting, there are various things to be considered, including fisheries, transportation, and defense operations. So there are many different agencies that should be cooperating together. In 2018, there was this act on the ocean space planning, and we also should consider those provisions that are included in this new act. And since 2019, there were various development plans being introduced, but the waters of Korea that are allowed for the energy development is only 0.22%. As presenter Kang Soo-jung has mentioned, there are various marine protection areas and fishing areas that are in conflict with the sites for the wind farms. So the Ministry of Environment should consider that to grant the allowed sites to the operators. In case of the UK, citizen participation is mandatory from the screening stage, and they actively collect opinions from local residents, and a government-designated legal advisory body intervenes to specify citizen partnership. A draft environmental report is announced for 8 weeks, and based on that, they receive opinions from the public. All the documents and opinions are available on the government website. And accumulated impact assessment and the environmental impact assessments on major ecological species should be considered in advance. So as already announced by Ms. Chang, there are 9 evaluation items for the domestic sea use consultation system. In case of Denmark, it has fish, whales, and birds, which are known to be most affected by offshore wind power. They carry out the studies for about 24 months. And they also do the studies on mammals that can be affected by the constant noise and the loss of habitat due to the offshore wind power development. There are marine mammals such as the bottlenose dolphin and finless tortoise and common dolphin and Pacific white-sided dolphin and etc. We usually just think that there is one kind of dolphin. However, different dolphins have different habitat. In case of the finless tortoise, they live near the coastal area, not too far into the sea. In case of the Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin, they reside in the coastal area. So even if their habitats are degraded, they don't go into the far sea. In case of the western coast, we see a lot of demand for the development of the offshore farm. And in case of the Guja, Seongsan, and Daejeong area, where we see many Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin, we can actually see those dolphins from the land with our eyes, but still we are seeing the development of offshore wind. So as Mr. Lee Hoo-seung has mentioned, if we don't carry out proper studies in advance and just carry out the offshore wind development, it can seriously harm the ecosystem. If the government does a systematic studies on these impacts from the preparatory stage, then I think that we can secure more participation and support by stakeholders. Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. That is based on your visits to those areas where they have these systems already. We now have the third panelist.
We have Professor An from Seoul National University. Predicting the environmental impact of offshore wind power during the siting process and preparing countermeasures is important. I think researcher Su Jung-jang's presentation was very informative. I was not aware of the specific research methodology, so it was very interesting. And currently, South Korea does not have an impact assessment process at the site planning stage. And of course, we don't have the appropriateness assessment either. And there are two ministries related to this kind of assessment. It's Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and Ministries of Environment. But if you look into the advanced countries with offshore wind, it operates a one-stop shop system where a single agency oversees the licensing process and approves projects at once, and apply a single system of environmental impact assessment. I think Korea urgently needs to introduce a one-stop shop. And it is also urgent for Korea to introduce the efficient and effective expansion of offshore wind power. In addition, it is possible to consider the direction of unifying environmental impact assessment, such as the Netherlands and Denmark, where the ministry in charge of strategic environmental assessment for marine spatial planning, including offshore wind power siting plans, is in charge of marine-related ministries, and the ministry in charge of siting decisions and licensing is in charge of climate, energy, and ministries. And I think for Netherlands, when it needs to make decisions on individual sites, it's not the actual operator that is conducting the analysis, but it's the government. And for offshore, because it is a very critical, important project, the government takes the lead in the assessment, and later on the business operator will be paying for that assessment. I think this is something that we can also consider, and if we really want to expand this, and this is something that we can actually benchmark. And Netherlands is one of the most advanced countries when it comes to environmental impact analysis. I know that you also mentioned bats. And a bat is included in many of the different assessments in many countries, and Korea does not. And there is a lack of research on bats, and maybe it does not have a significant impact. However, it is something that is worth considering. And then in the strategic environmental assessment and environmental impact assessment process, birds and marine mammals are analyzed by calculating quantitative damage figures based on modeling or other existing cases, while the remaining items are assessed qualitatively based on observations and related studies. This is something that Korea also needs to benchmark and consider. And in the case of the appropriateness assessment for the Natura 2000 area, this is something that Europe does, Korea does not have it. And the Natura 2000 area is a marine protected area, and there is a difference between the appropriateness assessment in the strategic environmental assessment process and the appropriateness assessment in the environmental impact assessment process. The former is not assessed by species, but evaluates impacts on underwater noise, sedimentation, blade collisions, habitat loss, barrier effects, turbulence and stratification, and etc. And then related to marine birds, we Korea kind of lacked big data on marine birds. However, I came to understand that with the ecological big data now being available based on the long-term research that KEI conducted, I think that it's very welcoming. And I think I heard that only 1.8% of land or area has been designated as a marine protected area. I think that needs to be expanded. So we would need to look into ways of expanding the offshore wind plant, but also looking into expanding the area that needs to be protected. But if we look into the impact of actual marine birds, there is many studies saying that there is not a direct causation of birds' mortality and the wind turbines. Of course, I'm not saying that that is something that we need to trust, and because it's not very correlated, that we shouldn't do anything. But I think we should also try to balance what to worry about and and how to accelerate the process of expanding the wind power plant. And lastly, from Osted, we heard from Ms. Lee, and I think this was in the PowerPoint presentation, but she didn't get a chance to actually present it. And I would like to learn more about those strategic areas later. Thank you very much. You talked about one-stop shop and doing all these analysis before sightings, some of the criteria and attributes that need to be included in the assessment. Last, I would like to turn to Deok-Hwan Choi, but before I go to him, if there's any comment that you would like to make, please prepare it.
Thank you for the introduction. We had very academic presentations today, and in terms of actual cases, I have learned a lot from those presentations. I want to share some of my insights. First, we have to acknowledge that we don't have many experiences. We have Tamla and Southwest Sea Power wind farm being operated, but that is not sufficient number for us to get the experience. Whether that was sufficient to give us sufficient data, it is a question mark. We need more experience to be accumulated in the future. In case of Europe, we had Mr. Lee talking about their case, and we cannot just copy what European countries are doing. Just reckless adoption should be avoided. We have to consider our ocean and flat and seabed and birds and all the other sea creatures and possible impact of the temperature change. Everything should be considered. Those of you might be, some of you might be from the wind farm industry, some of you might be from the environmental sector, and I believe that we all should be working together to share our experiences and insights. I think that we need a stable knowledge platform. And based on that platform, we have to deepen our knowledge on the ocean to find out ways to keep on the sustainable development while protecting our marine ecosystem. And second, we have to consider what are needed as prerequisites to make the choice. Any kind of development will impact the environment. That's why we have adopted this environmental impact analysis. If developments are not impacting the environment, we will not be having those assessments. We might consider whether it's time for us to preserve the nature and give up the convenience of the civilization. If it's not the case, we also need to think about what is the best way to protect the environment and offset our negative impact. We have to find out what are the priority protection items while having the needed development. Renewable energy's impact on the ocean environment, the use of fossil fuel, the impact of that on our climate and humanity survival. We all understand this. And because of that, we think that we have to expand the use of renewable energy, including the wind power. And we are seeing a rapid expansion of those facilities, including the wind power. So those are some conditions that we are given. And based on those conditions, we have to have a discussion and cooperation among stakeholders to precisely understand our current status and gather insights. Third, we always talk about environmental impact assessment when it comes to development. But this EIA, there are some dictionary terms given to this. It means that it's a preliminary study on potential impact on the environment before actually constructing those facilities. Many experts should be included in this assessment to allow accurate prediction. However, as many people have already mentioned, there are various assessments, including the mitigation impact and offset impacts. So some of those assessments in its nature could be like preliminary assessments, not actually reflecting what will really happen later when the operation is in the full-fledged. So there are different government agencies sharing information and doing the screening during that process. And during that process, citing information is very important. In the citing information, there are various data contained, and all the serious factors are considered and they are being screened to exclude very critical sites. But in case of our ocean, we already have some operations in place without having the proper screening. So what I think is needed is that the government has to consider this kind of screening before any operators are invited. Well, EIA, even if we have the kind of governmental screening after the auctioning, we still need another EIA because the operators, they will have the designs being drafted, and based on the design, they will have another EIA. This regulation is not to facilitate the licensing and permitting, but we need it because we don't have all the detailed rules and regulations for the environmental protection. So that's why we need to have the EIA to facilitate the development. That's why it's better to have a single window. All the government agencies and ministries should have one single channel to have one single understanding and basis. That's why we need to have a clear definition of EIA. We have to understand what is the essence of EIA. I believe that it is the risk management. We should be talking about the compensation and offsetting. But when experts talk about this, like EIA related mitigation measures, they should come up with solutions to mitigate the impact. But actually, I don't think that we have that kind of culture in place. After everything is installed, and if there are any issues with the installation, if we need to take apart those installations, all these scenarios should be included in the EIA. Lastly, here we have various stakeholders with us, and environmental organizations and energy-related civil organizations. We have to define what are their roles and responsibilities, because different parties have different interests and different things to lose. And civil society, environmental society, they have rights to raise their voice, and sometimes we think that we have to protect their rights to raise their voice. However, I believe that we have been guaranteeing those rights to those entities because they were not having any vested rights. But for this discussion to actually spread out to the public, I'm from the Wind Energy Industry Association. So if I raise my voice outside of this venue, then people will think that I'm speaking on behalf of the wind energy industry. But for our voice to gain power, I think that we have to find the commonalities between different stakeholders. There have been various seminars and discussion sessions, but we really need to understand what is the understanding level of the general public, because for the general public it might be just a starting point, while for us we have gone a far way. So in terms of the level of understanding, I think that environmental institutions and civil society should put efforts together to create contents that are targeting the right level of understanding. Thank you, Mr. Che. You are from the Korea Wind Energy Industry Association, and I understand that you are trying to strike the right balance between the industry and the civil society. Any presenters with comments or questions? Mr. Lee?
Thank you for your discussions, about the recent trend and very realistic practical advice. I'd like to mention just two things. First, related to Mr. Kim Dong-ju's comment about the acoustic sound impact. I think I did mention this briefly, but the effectiveness is not huge. I think beforehand it was all about the impact of collision, bird crashing into this turbine. But then for the acoustic, the species that react to these acoustic sounds. But for example, for the long haul migrating birds, I think these kind of acoustic doesn't really have that much effectiveness. But for some that are just traveling near sea areas, maybe in the coastal regions, then that can maybe be effective. I think for air gap, yes, it can also minimize certain adverse effects. But for this to really work, it will be quite difficult as the generating power increases. I think that the air gap will become bigger and bigger. So this, in principle, would work, but I'm not sure how practical it will be as the actual wind turbine gets bigger and bigger. And related to the habitats, I think I also mentioned in my slides that there is differences in the habitats. Like because of UK, it has like cliff. We can make this kind of habitat as an apartment looking like habitat, and then or we can do artificial islands. For example, if you go to these Namsan areas in Korea, you can see those bird houses that we made because we lost a lot of trees. So that will be a good example for birds. Thank you. Ms. Chung.
Well, well, listening to presenters and panelists, I believe that I thought the role of the government is very important. No matter how well the assessment surveys are drafted, if the siting is not done properly, they need to change the sites. And sometimes during the design, due to the depth of the structure, sometimes the siding should also be changed. So I thought that we have to have proper, better role done by the government side to avoid that kind of duplicated work and to have one single channel. In case of the materials being used in the ocean, we get some fees from operators, and those fees are being used for consulting purposes. And I believe that it should be more actively used in the future for the development of the wind power. And joining us online, we have Ms. Chi An Lee. Any additional comments that you want to mention?
Hi. Yes, I heard but I audioed most of the discussions and all of the opinions and points were precious, I think, and benefiting the overall offshore wind sector. I think if I can add on to the bird collision risk mitigation, we recently conducted analysis of how the collision risk vary when wind turbines increase, when wind turbine capacity increases from, in our case, that's 8 megawatts to 11 to 14 megawatts. We all know that the collision risk has been, it takes into consideration of various factors. And actually, we see a slight decrease of collision risk when turbines capacity increases from 8 to 11 to 14 megawatts. And that's mainly due to a decrease of rotation speed, which compensated a increase of turbine blade length. And another point, I think it's this is just a discussion I think we really interesting and worth to be tapped into even deeper. And we understand that the major causes of bird population losses, one of the most critical factor is habitat losses due to climate change. And that's also triggered our this high concern on bird collision risks to offshore wind turbines and onshore wind turbines, of course. While it could be more efficient to restore critical bird habitat, comparing to further pursue even more extreme mitigation measures at offshore wind farms, meaning that we have already seen more than 90%, 98% of avoidance rate in offshore wind farm in operation. And we are now assessing whether we can do more to restore bird habitat in coastal area or near to the shore to further enhance the population. And it could be more efficient to pursue to increase in 1 to 2% of higher avoidance rate in the offshore wind farms. This is just a starting point of discussion. I don't have a final answer at this point, but we expect to see more as we progress.
일단 네, 감사합니다. 예, 마지막에 결국에는 서식지 문
Thank you very much. I think you also covered about the habitat, and I think it kind of coincides with Dr. Lee's presentation as well. Briefly, I would like to ask the floor if you have any questions for the speakers or the panelists. I know that we are behind schedule, so if there aren't any questions from the floor, then we would like to end the panel discussion here. And for those who are joining us online, if you have any questions, we have an email out for you. So please write your question to that email, and we will make sure to answer them. Thank you, Ms. Lee, all the way from Taiwan, for your time in joining us for the panel discussion and the presentation. Thank you very much. So then, this brings us to the end of session 1. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll have a short 5-minute break and we'll move on to session 2. Now we will start the session 2.
환경 영향에 대한 얘기를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 세션 1에서는
During session 1, we talked about the siting and environmental impact of offshore wind power. But session 2, as mentioned earlier, will be looking into the operation and environmental changes of offshore wind power. As you know, offshore wind power has a lifespan of 30 years. So during those 30 years of operation, we are looking into what we can do to enhance the environment and minimize the negative impact.
그럼 첫 번째
So the first presenter will be Research Director Sun Young Hwang of ENC Technology, and
연구소장님께서 발표해 주시겠습니다.
he will be talking about the guideline on the survey of marine ecosystem for MEIA and offshore wind farms. Hello, my name is Sun Young Wang from ENC Technology, and I will talk about the guideline on the survey of marine ecosystem for MEIA and offshore wind farms, and some of the review that we conducted for these benthic organism. So this was version 1 in 22, and last year we have a version 2 that was released in December of last year, and there has been some minor changes for version 2. So today I will be focusing on version 2 of the guideline. We'll look into the plankton ecosystem, the benthic ecosystem, swimming species, marine mammals, marine birds, and then the overall environmental analysis. As you can see here, again, version 2 was released in December of last year, and here you can see it has divided into the ecosystem, the hazard and harm, marine ecosystem, social studies, and then marine physics and chemical studies. So it has 4 different categories, and these categories need to be fully assessed to gain permission. These are main attributes, and currently I think there is a bill being drafted to make this as a legislative policy. So yes, my clicker wasn't working. So let's first look into the floating ecosystem, or the plankton ecosystem. And here you can see the zooplankton and phytoplankton. And the research target will be 100 megabyte, below 100 megabyte wind power system. So to do that, we have selected at least 12 sites, and the period is 1 per season. And there will need to be a control group to understand the direct and indirect impact. And here for the actual research for the phytoplankton, it looks into within 25 meter in depth. And for zooplankton, it uses a conical net to collect those zooplankton with a radius of 60 centimeters. And I think Dr. Chung mentioned this earlier, but I think the criteria is kind of all mixed and some are actually in conflict. That is why in this guideline, it kind of specifies how certain samples should be collected. Next is the benthic ecosystem. And here for benthic organism, it looks into how to collect these benthic creatures. It divides into intertidal soft sediments, intertidal hard sediments, and intertidal zones. So for the sediments, it will look into the microbenthus and the marine protected species, along with some other seaweeds as well. So for different types of the sediment, it has defined certain sites for understanding those benthus creatures. And for the seaweeds, it has to have at least 3 sites and once every season or before the construction. And after construction takes place, then that will be an EIA. And during the EIA, it can be using the same site or it can choose a different site for the analyses. Because of the erosion that is happening due to the out structure of the power plant, and we think that it kind of stabilizes over time, which means that just because there has been a structure in the water for 20 years, the erosion does not continue for the full 20 years. It might happen for a certain period of time, but then it tends to actually stabilize. And that is something that we should also pay attention to. So here we see the Western Sea, and for the intertidal areas, cable is also something that we should actually consider. So it is looking at the habitat within 10 meter of the cable route depth. We also have these microbenthos or these benthic creatures that attach to a certain mud flats or certain substructures. There is also a guideline of how to collect them and how to conduct research on them. And what we suggest is that by using this ROV, from the actual subsea cable and the transition center. Moving on to the swimming species, as you mentioned, for these kinds of fish eggs or the fishes, this has been a very important part of for the fishermen. It's very sensitive to a certain change in tides or noise. So for the status quo research, I will come back to this later, but we have singled out the fisheries industry, so that will be covered in the social studies sector. As mentioned, and we will use these kinds of fish nets to capture them, like fish pots. And for, as you can see here, the larval yolk sac, the preflections, flections, and postflections, these are used for DNA sequencing. We have around 800 to 1,000 different types of fishes, and of them, a certain majority of them lay the yolk sac that is kind of floating, such as like anchovies. And under the microscope, you can't really differentiate the species based on the fish egg itself. But with accumulated data, we believe that it will be meaningful. And there are some other examples where this has been used for DNA barcoding and meta barcoding. For marine mammals, we are recommending a drone and also visual inspection. And for the visual inspection and the drone, it is saying that if the Beaufort sea state is under 3, the research can be conducted, but should not if it goes over the Beaufort sea state 3. But the problem with this visual inspection is that it's not very easy to see visually, and that is why the drone is recommended to use. And when you're using drone, it's important to make sure that you have enough space on the ship, and the drone should be flying at an altitude of 50 to 70 meters and making sure that the camera angle is perpendicular to the sea surface. These are some of the examples of the sea mammals, Beaufort sea state definition. Here you can see diversity and distribution research, how the space use research is conducted, breeding site, legally protected species. So I will not read into all of this. Next is the fishery industry, and this is very important. The fishing rights, the fishery production, and nationally important fishing heritage will be the areas subject to the research. And this just talks about how it needs to be researched and studied. So here it is saying that it needs to consider the scale, the characteristics, and geographical and social impacts of offshore wind projects, and fishing rights and fishing production in areas as well. This doesn't talk about a lot in detail, but it is just looking into the status quo of the fishery and the fishing situation and what we can do to kind of mitigate any negative impact. And nationally important fishing heritage is something that the Korean government is kind of promoting. For these areas, you can go to this portal site to understand more about what we mean by important fishery heritage. And this is the guideline of how to use the sea area. So the actual guideline looks like this. It's called the Sea Area Utilization Impact Assessment of Offshore Wind Power. And there's also the Protocol of National Marine Ecosystem Monitoring Program. And then there is Offshore Power Plant EIA Evaluation Manual. So this, I think it's updated. The last version was released in June of 2021. And I believe that MOE will be releasing a new manual next month or the month after that. But before we do the EIA, you need to look into the actual site and consider the different sedimentary phases and depth of that. I think we've conducted a seasonal research on this. So here you can see how much sand content is in there, what kind of bio creatures are living in that area. And here, coral and bivalves with a high biological mass per individual here. So this area is like a mud flat, and as you go to the outer side, there will be areas with high sand content. So there will be species that prefer this kind of sand. Here you can see how it changes based on the season. So from summer to autumn to winter to spring. So how can we utilize this information? So again, it's important to understand the sedimentary situation of the certain site. And also drawing up a graph to understand where it is highly populated with these kinds of marine organisms. So here you can see it's divided into three types, IA, IB, IC, based on the water depth and sedimentary environment. Here, the geographical environment, depth less than 10 meters, sedimentary environment, sand content of 90% or more. And based on how this IAIB type changes, we can also kind of predict the impact that it will have on these benthic ecology. So here the Ionides oxycephala are the species that prefer sand. And for each of these species, this is an example of how they are frequently appearing, the distribution of them in the Incheon coast area sand sediment. And then here, the blue shows the frequency or the habitat of these species and how it changes as construction begins. And we kind of predicted of how they will actually change. So this is where we are at the moment. So like for Heteromastus filiformis and the Ionides oxycephala, we believe that it will change based on the construction. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation, Director Wang. Next, we will listen about the case study of eDNA survey in floating offshore wind farm sites. From Equinor, we have Miss Carrie Metty Mervo, the principal researcher. She has sent us a pre-recorded video, but for the panel discussion, she will be joining us in real time online.
Hi, I am Karimet Murval. I am a researcher in Equinor, and I will today present for you our work on the piloting and validating of mapping and monitoring technology for pelagic fish biodiversity in a floating offshore wind farm area. Just as a brief background, I will mention that Equinor is a conventional oil and gas company, which in recent years has grown in the offshore wind market. Equinor has several wind farms in production as well as in construction and in the pipeline. Traditionally, R&T activities linked to the oil and gas industry have focused on, for example, oil spill contingency or the reduction of produced water. However, when entering this new market of offshore wind, Equinor sees the need for building competence when it comes to sustainability and offshore wind. Hence, we have established a research portfolio within sustainability and offshore wind. This portfolio consists of several research programs, which are illustrated by the pictures on this slide and with the titles in the black boxes. We do research on, for example, collision risk for birds, noise in the ocean, barrier effects for mammals, etc. Within one of these research programs, we have supported the further development of technologies for mapping and monitoring of pelagic fish biodiversity in marine waters. This is the environmental DNA technology. This eDNA technology is very promising, and it's utilizing the small fragments of DNA which are present in the environment you take your sample from. This DNA arises from the organism's mucus, feces, skin, or hair. And when the samples have been taken, the DNA has to be filtered, and then later in the laboratory, the DNA is amplified and sequenced using molecular techniques. Then you will get a list of species present in the environment you took your sample from. The eDNA technology is most mature in freshwater and sediment ecosystems, since these are more limited. Of this reason, Equinor wanted to further support the development of eDNA technology for pelagic fish species in marine waters. We did a pilot study in Hive in Scotland the summer of 21. Hive in Scotland is the world's first floating offshore wind farm. It's situated off the coast of Scotland and is operated by Equinor. It gives power to approximately 25,000 inhabitants in the city of Peterhead, and it consists of 5 turbines. We sampled water during just one day in August 21. The purpose was to help maturing this new technology in marine waters and also to get some data on pelagic fish species in this wind farm area. It's difficult to use traditional methods for the mapping and monitoring of pelagic fish in a floating offshore wind farm area due to the structures. Also, eDNA is a non-destructive technology. For Equinor, knowledge about biodiversity in the areas where Equinor operates is crucial. We took the samples from 5 locations in the wind farm area, as illustrated in the map below left in the blue area. We also took samples from 5 locations approximately 10 kilometers away from the wind farm area. These were reference samples. We sampled at 2 different depths, at 10 meters depth and at 50 meters depth. And we also took 3 replicates from each depth. To perform this study, We equipped a vessel with a crane and a winch to deploy and retrieve the water bottles. The water was sampled by use of Niskin bottles. We also had a 10-feet container on deck. This was the preliminary temporary laboratory where the water samples were filtered. Cleaning procedures are also very crucial to avoid contamination. When the samples came to the laboratory, the eDNA analysis were performed. eDNA analysis is dependent on markers, primers, and a reference library. The markers are specific parts on the DNA which can be recognized by the primers. And the primers are necessary to start the amplification process. When the amplification and sequencing have been done, the results have to be compared to a reference library to verify which species have been found in the samples. And then you get this overview over which species were present in the environment you took your samples from. Our eDNA samples were analyzed according to two different approaches. One was the metabite coding approach using MyFish and 18S primers, and the other was the ddPCR approach, which is a semi-quantitative approach focusing on 1 to 2 species in the samples. Overall, eDNA is a qualitative technique, and it gives no precise estimate of the biomass. This slide shows the results from the metabite coding analysis. In total, 26 fish species were detected. Compared to the reference area, the wind farm area had higher abundances of spret and herring. This shows that the method is able to detect differences in relative abundance at the time of sampling. We also saw in the MyFish metabite coding analysis that typical pelagic fish species like mackerel, sprat, and herring were more common in the samples from 10 meters depth compared to samples from 50 meters depth, and vice versa. Typical demersal fish species like cod, sandgoby, and plaice were more common in the 50 meter samples than in the 10 meters samples. This is also a promising result for the suitability of the technology, as this indicates that the eDNA technology is able to distinguish between different compartments in the environment. This slide shows some of the results from the ddPCR analysis. Mackerel abundance seemed to be similar between the wind farm and reference area, while Atlantic herring at the time of sampling was more abundant in the wind farm area. And these results corresponds well with the metabite coding MyFish results. Also, the ddPCR results showed that mackerel and Atlantic herring were more abundant in the samples from 10 meters compared to the samples from 50 meters. And these results also corresponds well with the MyFish results. This slide shows the detection of also other species from other animal groups. These were multicellular and single-cell non-bacterial organisms in the water column. Also, these results showed a clear separation between the samples from the 10 meters depth compared to the 50 meters depth, and this indicates that the eDNA technology is able to pick up changes in the eukaryote communities based on change as in the environmental conditions. So, eDNA technology can detect species that our eyes cannot spot. In addition, it's possible to make a targeted detection of, for example, invasive species, vulnerable species, or marine mammals. So the potential of the eDNA technology is huge. Equinor was very satisfied with the pilot study in Hive in Scotland, and we have of these reasons done follow-up studies. Last year in May, we did a follow-up study in Hive in Tampen. This is at present the world's largest floating offshore wind farm. It's situated off the coast of Norway, approximately 140 kilometers off the coast. It's operated by Equinor. It consists of 11 turbines, and it gives power to 2 oil and gas installations in vicinity of the wind farm. Last May, we took samples upstream and downstream of the wind farm, as well as in the wind farm, and also at some reference sites. We sampled at 2 different depths with 3 replicates, and we also sampled 3 times during 1 week at all locations. We hope to learn more about the influence of the transport of water masses when it comes to the eDNA results. We haven't yet received the final report from this study, but we are really looking forward to receiving it. As the map to the right indicates, we will this spring and summer do a eDNA study in Massachusetts in the USA. In this study, we focus on the further development of an automatic sampler. This will ease the work on the sampling and filtration, and this is a very important development for the technology as such. It will become more efficient. In future, hopefully also the eDNA analysis will be more automated. So to conclude, eDNA technology enables a more efficient mapping and monitoring of pelagic fish resources in marine waters. The eDNA technology gives high quality data and also huge amount of data. The technology reduces the need for long-lasting vessel campaigns, which again lower the climate footprint, reduces the HSE risks, and reduces the costs. Equinor want to acknowledge the great contributions from our professional vendors. In the Hive in Scotland and Hive in Tampen studies, Norse Research from Norway has been our vendor, and in the study in Massachusetts this year, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution is our vendor. The report from the pilot study in Hive in Scotland is published on equinor.com, and Norse Research has also published scientific papers from this pilot. Thank you.
네, 에키노르의
Thank you for that presentation.
이어서 세 번째 발표를
Next, the third presenter.
자연환경 대상자
She'll be also joining us online through a pre-recorded video. We have Marolene Kelder, the project lead of the Reach North Sea.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marjolaine Kelder. I'm a project lead for the Rich North Sea program, and I will be sharing a presentation on nature enhancement and offshore wind. So the Rich North Sea program is a program that started in 2019 as a 5-year program initiated by 2 Dutch NGOs, Natuur en Milieu and the North Sea Foundation. And the program was financed by the Dutch Postcode Lottery for the first 5 years of the program. The Rich North Sea program aims to learn about different nature enhancement measures within offshore wind farms, spread this knowledge and anchor nature enhancement in policy and legislation as a standard in every new offshore wind farm. We collaborate together with industry partners, government, and the scientific community into achieving this goal. So let me tell you a little bit about why we started to look into this topic of nature enhancement. The North Sea is one of the most biologically productive bodies of water on the planet. The intense currents and the seasonal storms mix the shallow North Sea waters, creating an incredibly productive ecosystem that draws in wildlife from far and wide. But it is also one of the most heavily used seas in the world, and nature is threatened and disturbed by a multitude of human activities, such as fisheries, marine traffic, oil and gas exploitation, and sand extraction. So the quality of our North Sea nature is not in a favorable state. The decline of marine species and habitats are clearly telling us that our North Sea is in trouble. And this is reflecting the wider nature emergency that our planet is facing. And now climate change is adding to this overall pressure. We are currently in the middle of a nature and climate crisis. And marine renewable energy, such as offshore wind farms, they must be expanded rapidly to deliver the necessary carbon emissions and reductions and to reach our climate goals. The ambitions for these expansion are huge, with the North Sea planned to host a significant proportion of the offshore wind capacity in Europe, being 450 gigawatts by 2050 and having a Dutch ambition of 70 gigawatts by that time. So will offshore wind be just another industry, or will it help reduce footprints and boost restoration? Healthy seas are a key ally in the fight against climate change by sequestering and locking carbon. It is therefore vital that we accelerate nature protection and restoration with an equal ambition and hand in hand with offshore wind development. Besides certain risks of offshore wind on nature, risks like collision and noise, offshore wind can also offer potential opportunities. And these opportunities lie within the areas being excluded from any other activities, giving the seafloor a chance to recover. And in our Dutch North Sea also by the adding of hard substrates such as scour protection. We always look at what actions to take using the mitigation hierarchy. The mitigation hierarchy is a widely used tool that guides users towards limiting, as far as possible, the negative effects on biodiversity from development projects. It emphasizes best practices of avoiding and minimizing any negative impacts and then taking steps to restore before finally considering offsetting of residual impacts. So to reduce risks, we need to take measures such as careful selection of wind farm areas. Wind farms should be located away from the highest value areas for nature, and effective minimization can eliminate some negative impacts such as measures to reduce noise and collision. But research into the effectiveness of applied mitigation measures, such as a painted black blade, is necessary to establish if and how measures work and to further develop them as needed. And the same applies for nature enhancing measures. So in the previously mentioned mitigation hierarchy, the steps avoidance and minimization, together with restoration, serve to reduce as far as possible the impacts on biodiversity. Typically, however, even after their effective application, additional steps will be required to achieve a no overall negative impact. But a no negative impact is not enough in an already degraded system, so we need to strive towards a positive impact. And to work towards a positive impact, there are options for both passive and active nature enhancement. So passive measures lie within exclusion of all activities, rest and protection. Active measures adjust marine habitats. Which active options to choose partly depend on the location. So measures should take the intrinsic value of the naturally occurring habitat into consideration. Active measures, they can either increase the effect that offshore wind farms and the adding of hard substrate have on biodiversity, for example, by adding artificial reefs, or by decreasing the footprint, like working without scour protection in a sandy environment. So the Rich North Sea program aims to learn about these different measures within offshore wind farms, to spread the knowledge and to anchor this nature enhancement in policy and legislation as standard in every new offshore wind farm. So on this map, you see the projects in different offshore wind farms in the Dutch North Sea. We also test oyster cages or oyster outplacement cages and artificial reef structures in an offshore test site. And we are working together with local hatcheries, trying to create a reliable source of disease-free European flat oysters. The reason behind this is that in about 30% of the Dutch North Sea, large oyster reefs used to be present, but currently none of the reefs are there anymore because they were all fished out or died because of the disease called Bonamia. So a lot of restoration efforts in the Dutch North Sea are focused on the reef building species flat oyster. I will dive a bit deeper into some of our different projects. So Gemini is one of our biggest projects. In November 2021, researchers lowered more than 1,500 adult oysters and 18 tons of shells onto the seabed over an area of 5 hectares, which is like the size of 8 football fields. And then in November 2020, another 2,000 oysters and another 32 tons of shell material have been added. And in the next few years, we will return several times to the reef in the making. Checkups will be done to see whether the oysters reproduce, whether they grow, and whether they are moved or buried. And the shell material and oysters will hopefully form a reef in the years to come and attract other animals such as crabs, squids, anemones, and sharks. Another project is called Luchterduinen. Luchterduinen was our first pilot ever in 2019, where we introduced oysters using oyster outplacement cages. In this project, we also learned a lot about what doesn't work, like putting the cages directly on sand. After less than a year, the whole cage was covered by sand and the oysters died. So we adjusted the outplacement structure and put it on the scour protection. In this video, you have a small peek in what the scour protection looks like underwater. As you can see, it is full of life. A neighboring wind farm to Luchterduinen is Vattenfall's wind farm. So in this project, a study is conducted to find out how the nature-inclusive design of turbine foundations can support marine life. Water replenishment holes in the wind turbine foundations, they offer an opportunity for fish and other marine species to enter and leave again. Abiotics, such as oxygen, salinity, and temperature, were measured in and outside of the monopile. And also we took water samples to analyze environmental DNA and make camera images. Another round of measurements will be conducted this year. And as a final example, in October 2020, we introduced 2,400 European flat oysters in the Blauwwind wind farm using rootstock outplacement structures that we placed on the scour protection. So as I mentioned, the lessons learned from the Luchtduinen wind farm were applied here. We monitored the starting situation using an ROV and environmental DNA sampling. And in July 2021, we went back and we lifted one of the oyster tables. The oysters had over a 96% survival rate, and we could see that they have been growing. There was also a high biodiversity around the tables. Then last year, 2023, we went back again in August and we lifted 4 of the oyster tables, and we found over a 69% survival rate compared to the year of installation. And we also found spat, which are young oysters, and this means the oysters are reproducing. We will go back to this wind farm potentially next year, but definitely in 2028. So what did we learn as a program in these first 5 years? What we learned was that both active and passive enhancement is needed to restore North Sea nature, and we need a holistic view on nature. Local ecology has to be at the basis of what we choose as nature enhancement measures. These small pilot projects are giving insight into the possibilities for nature enhancement, and they provide practical experience. Good monitoring is a prerequisite. For optimal results, the projects need to be large scale. Some potential for scale up can be to apply nature enhancement in and outside of offshore wind farms, using the whole wind farm, not only on the turbine foundations, but also the area in between the turbines. And taking ecology into account during the design phase of your wind farm instead of adding nature enhancement during the operational phase. Learning by doing and adaptive management are the way forward. Nature enhancement still needs to be laid down in laws and regulations. And finally, we need international knowledge and data sharing. So all our aggregated data, information, results, publication, and all other materials will be disseminated through an open access online environment currently named the Toolbox. The Toolbox will be one of the main outcomes for the Rich North Sea, presenting results in an understandable and practical fashion. All interested parties will be able to find the right information about nature-inclusive constructions in offshore wind farms. The large-scale and rapid development of offshore energy is taking place faster than our ecological knowledge. This leads to large knowledge gaps and insufficient information concerning ecological risks and opportunities on which to base informed decisions. And to help close these knowledge gaps, we need to monitor ecological indicators within the wind farm closely and support research towards understanding impacts, mitigation, and nature enhancement. Monitoring and research is an essential element to better understand ecological risks and opportunities within offshore wind farms. Within monitoring, it is essential that the marine fauna and flora is surveyed during the planning phase of the offshore wind farm to collect the baseline, and that the monitoring is continued throughout the operational lifetime. Our program will continue for another 4 years, focusing on sharing knowledge internationally, continuing to advocate for nature enhancement as a standard, and finding ways to scale up in order to tackle both the climate and nature crisis simultaneously. Thank you very much for your attention, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you for your great presentation. We are having a bit of delay, but presenters were very brief, so I think we can make the closing time. So we will have 5 minutes break and then come back for the panel discussion. So let's have 5 minutes break. We will soon begin the panel discussion for session 2. All the participants, please come in and take your seat.
잠시 후 토론 세션 2
We will
진행할 예정입니다.
now start the panel discussion for session 2. All the participants and panelists come in and take your seat. So we started the session from 1 p.m. and it's past 5 already, almost 5 p.m. in Korea. So it seems like we are having such a long program today. But I hope you stay with us until the end, and thank you all for your participation once again. And let's start session 2 panel discussion. The moderator for session 2 discussion will be Professor Park Jin-hee of Dongguk University. Nice to meet you all. So we just have few minutes left, so please stay with us. We are having such a long program today. I think it's very strenuous, so we have to keep ourselves up together. So in the previous session, we had talks about the impact assessment, and in the second panel discussion, as you heard from our three speakers, there are various technologies being developed in terms of the marine impact assessment. So I think it was like a very good learning opportunity for us. Related to the three presentations that we had, we also have 4 panelists who will be commenting on those topics. And we have one panelist joining us online and 3 panelists joining us offline. And we have Research Director Wang Sunyoung here with us offline, and 2 panelists, 2 speakers are joining us online. So we have Dr. Yoo Jae-won from the Korea Institute of Coastal Ecology joining us here offline, and from Jeju, the panelist Kim Jung-do is joining us online. So in connection with the presentations that we had just before, let's hear from our panelists. So the panel discussion is until 5:35. So we will give you 7 minutes each. So researcher Kang Keum-seok, please start your comment. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm from KEPCO and KEPRI. So today we have many people from the environmental sector and marine sector, but I will be commenting from developers' perspective how we should be designing or siting and operating and constructing the offshore wind farms. So I will be talking from the developer's perspective. I was asked to talk about our experience in constructing offshore wind farms, how we have done the environment monitoring for those sites, and environmental impact assessments that we have carried out. In Korea, we have the 60 megawatt farm in western coast and 2 sites in Jeju coastal area. In case of the western coast and the Hanlim site in Jeju, actually we are involved there, so I will be talking about those 2 sites. Before the construction of the wind farm, one of our main concerns were about the underwater noise and electromagnetic wave and changes in the seafloor topography. In particular, for the southwestern site, there were a lot of concerns about the impact on the topography and sedimentation. Another thing was also related with the fishermen. Many advanced countries cases from Europe, we share those with the fishing community and explain to the local community how our situation is different from those European countries. So we talked about what will happen before, during, and after the construction. And we have carried out those studies, and the report is open to the public. So if you are interested, I believe that you can find them on the internet. So you can see like photos and videos of all the studies that we have carried out. And the results shows that for the Tamla wind farm and the southwest wind farm, as we anticipated, they had some results that we expected. In general, rather than the initially anticipated negative impacts on the environment, what we could see was that the wind farm rather cultivated the marine ecosystem more to increase number of species. So that was like a very positive news. Just to sum up our study, in general, during the construction, migratory species were avoiding the region, so we will see decrease in biodiversity. But when we go into the operation phase, it starts to recover fast. So the construction, the structures will work as artificial reef. So it will work as spawning ground and nursery for the marine species. In case of Hanlim, actually the underground, the seabed is the hard rock, so there are hard substances. The underground is hard substance. So the structure, the wind farm structure is very similar to the original hard rock. But in case of the southwestern site, the situation is a little different. But still, the foundation will function as artificial reef. So the conclusion is that during the construction, we see decrease in the marine ecosystem, but during the operation phase, we see fast recovery. And in case of Allstate, and also the speaker from Ecuador talked about cases in Europe, but for us, what is different from Europe is that we didn't approach this project from environmental perspective first, but rather from fishing perspective. Because from the fishing community, they had the biggest concern about the wind farm construction. They were afraid that it will lead to decrease in the fishing population. So the key was whether the construction of the wind farm would lead to net positive impact on the fishing production. So that was our key priority. There were 2 approaches. First is NID, the nature inclusive design. Actually, we call it as the eco-friendly design. And from fishing community, it's the promotion or facilitation of the marine resources. So there we have reef and a seabed cable, all those resources being expanded. That was our key priority. And to do that, we designed seaweeds and seagrass to facilitate the environment that is suitable for the marine lives. So in Korea, I think that we have done a lot of jobs in that regard to protect the fishing community. Actually, wind farms, offshore wind farms are very wide. And it is very important to reduce its impact. But anyways, for the fishing community, when they see that this big structure is coming in their livelihood area, they are concerned that the area where they can do the fishing would reduce. Of course, the construction of the wind farm will lead to decrease in the trawl fishing, and some large-sized vessels will not be allowed to go through the area. But still, we have great fishing technology in Korea, so I'm sure that we were sure that we can utilize those technologies to test the actual impact on the fishing volume before and after the construction of the farm, the wind farm. These in this wind farm area, there is high energy flow, meaning that the wind is very strong. But when we have large-size structures built there, it can have impact on the waves and the other marine energy. So there were various studies that we have carried out there. We have intentionally killed some marine species, and we have done some simulations of storm and other climate impacts on the wind farm and the marine resources. But anyways, the conclusion was that even with the construction of the wind farm, we can still have aquaculture and all the other existing marine activities kept intact. Wind farm development, it's better to focus more on the seagrass. Actually, a seagrass is not that affected by the development of the wind farms. So we are not just looking into environmental impact, but also into the fishing community's yield, because it also is a part of the coexistence. We also look at the environmental net positive and fishing net positive. And lastly, we have some participants here who are from the Ministry of Fisheries and Ocean. So there are some things I want to ask the ministry. We have had these environmental impact assessments being carried out, and there were some mitigation measures being proposed by the ministry. However, they are very limited. So as Osted speaker has mentioned, they have great technologies to reduce the impact. For example, for the construction, there could be like a new type of structure that we can use to minimize the underwater noise. And of course, they were out there for some time being, but we have not adopted them here in Korea yet. And if there are some regions where we have a lot of dolphin population, we can consider utilizing some technologies that can reduce the impact on dolphin population. There are a lot of new technologies being developed, and I hope that the government ministries can adopt them proactively, because operators, developers, they are the most afraid of anything that is being uncertain and ambiguous. the government says that they will have consultation, but when we go to those consultation sessions, it's not actual consultation, but rather a one-directional order coming in. So I hope that we can have actual experts gathering together to come up with concrete direction and ideas. And in case of the floating, it takes up a lot of underwater space. So if there is any technology or structure or floating method that we can use to minimize the space occupied by the floating structure, I believe that it is also a great idea to pursue that direction as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Talked about the inclusiveness in conducting the marine studies. So second was actually Jong-do Kim, but I would like to ask Mr. Yu to go first. Hello, my name is Jaewon Yu from the Coastal Environment Ecology Research Center. So from 2014 to over 10 years, I have been researching in the western coastal areas, especially for the benthic organisms. And back then, that area was a very homogeneous ecosystem, but it was a very slow and they didn't really need for the sculpture protection. And the actual cluster of the ecosystem did not change that much. So I get to realize that this is actually a very eco-friendly way. And then for annual patterns, there are some species where the actual population decreased, but it's not only for that area, but it's more for a broader region. So it was not directly correlated to the actual development. So today, I would like to talk about the guideline. Having a standardized way of doing the research, also making sure that the items are not omitted, and that can be a very great way forward. And Dr. Yuk in 2022 made the version of 2022, listened to many stakeholders. And I believe that it is moving towards the right direction. However, there is need for a further improvement. As mentioned earlier, the actual impact sources are various in the offshore wind power plant, such as the suspended solids or the change in landscape or electromagnetic sources. And as previously mentioned, the amount of effort in some research areas have been excessive, and this appears to remain unchanged in the 2023 version. For mammals, the research area is defined as more than 5 kilometers from the outermost boundary of the project area, including the project site. So for example, if it's like 65 square kilometers Southwest Sea project, then the area would be like 300 square kilometers. So this can be very difficult to do. And for example, this is saying that in the finless porpoise research in which I participated, 12 to 53 square kilometers were surveyed per season, and with an average of 3 days per season. And based on a survey altitude of 150 to 190 meters, this equates to about 1 hour per 5 square meters. Applying this to 70% of the above area, approximately 200 square kilometers, it is estimated that about 40 hours of net survey time would be required, more than 4 times the amount of time, 160 hours. In the past, the average was about 30 square kilometers per season. And that itself was quite sufficient to understand where the finless porpoise were gathered together. So I think this kind of excessive guideline might need to be revisited. This is also the case for bird surveys. Some research are required to be conducted once a month for 1 year by foot, by boat, or by air to understand the birds on land, sea, and islands within 20 kilometers of the project areas. And as Dr. Hoo-Sung Lee mentioned, there are areas where the national research can provide data. So I think it's worth taking a look for that. Also, based on today's presentation, it seems that offshore wind energy impact assessment requires technology to predict the results of project impacts, as various models ranging from traditional statistical models to artificial intelligence are being used in domestic ecological research, and the importance and utility of ecosystem monitoring through these models should be enhanced. The presentation of predictive results of ecosystem changes is very welcoming. So I do welcome that this kind of approach is included in the actual guideline. And for good model research and use, procedures to improve and ensure data quality should be also introduced. So I hope that QA/QC process will be added to the updated guidelines, because if we have bad processes, then it can lead to bad policies. And I do hope that the reports that come out of these kinds of research can be reliable. And we have a lot of knowledge sharing and discussion so that we have better policies here in Korea. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I guess as a researcher who will have to go out to actually do this kind of a research, I think you've talked about some of the important factors that the guidelines should actually consider. We will try to take some questions after the panel discussion. And third, I would like to turn to Mr. Chung Do Kim of Jeju. Can you hear me okay? Yes. So I am Chung Do Kim from KFEM. And you mentioned about the Tamna offshore power plant. And for Sanam, I'm not related to that, but for other areas, I think I need to touch upon them. And I think some were saying that Tamna offshore plant, based on the analysis, at first it seemed as if there was very a little bit of an impact, but at the end of the day, the impact was quite minimum. And yes, I think I do agree that a certain portion of the impacted area has been recovered, but I don't think that this is the end of the story, because for this area, there was also a pollution issue that happened in the past as well. So just because there has been an artificial fixture or a foundation structure that's coming in, I don't believe that we can jump to the conclusion saying that this is the very reason of why there is more diverse organisms or biodiversity increase in this area. And this is also area with a very high tides, and the species or the populations of crabs and other shell animals have drastically decreased. So then, should we just focus on where there is artificial fixture and say that the impact was minimum? I don't believe so. So I think just focusing on what is happening in the vicinity of this fixture and just focusing on the results of that can sometimes be misleading. And based on the research, the actual foraging and the breeding and that is not being conducted in this area. So this is just a pass-through area. It's just one of the routes in the bird's migration route. Other than that, related to other seabirds, there has been many issues, but we don't have any research data related to that, so I can't really talk about it. But I don't think that we should say that there has been no impact on the seabirds. I know that the majority of the opinion is that the wind turbine is not directly impacting or killing the seabirds, but I think the keyword here is that endangered species, where the number of species is not abundant. So for those endangered species, because we're starting with a low number anyway, if there is any collision happening to those species, then it will still be detrimental. That is why we think that there is a need to look into a broader spectrum and consider various aspects. Another area that I will talk about is that the space ocean. And the report was 80% of all living creatures live in the ocean. So this is also saying that the ocean, when it comes to, there's a lot of unknown. There is a lot of things that we don't know about. And I think that is what this report was really talking about. We don't really know about the marine ecosystem. What we know is very superficial. And even if we just think that this is a very minimum impact of a low number, we are not sure what that will lead to in 10 years in time, in 20 years in time. And that's why we need to be very cautious. And to take this kind of a precaution, I think what we know for sure is that when you're unsure, the safest bet is to eliminate risk. And I think that's what we should do for this situation. And because of the research on this area is not keeping up with the advancement of the technology, rather than waiting for the research to catch up, I think we should be taking the safer route. In terms of Korea, I don't think any will disagree that we are a nation that needs to very actively expand the renewable energy. And then if that is the case, then I think the strategy that we should go for is the avoidance. So for the coastal areas, if there is going to be an offshore power plant, there needs to be also a very active discussion of what is going to happen to the ecosystem. They are very vulnerable to changes in the tide and current and even pollution. So it needs to be far off from the coast. And then furthermore, areas that are rich in reefs near the island. I think those will be also area for avoidance. And the scope of the avoidance will be more than 10 nautical miles from the coast. I think that is what we need to consider. To do so, there will be a more broader ocean research that is led by the government. That is my opinion. And at least I would like to ask that all these projects or wind farms are built outside from the coastal area. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So you have mentioned that we have to be the marine ecosystem centric and not human centric. And it is better to choose the sites that are not too close to the coastal area. Next, we have Ms. Shin Jae-eun, the campaigner for the Institute of the Korea SHE Foundation. It seems like everybody has become so serious. Energy transition is very important, but also very hard to achieve. One panelist has already mentioned that the people who are saying that we should protect the environment are not saying that we should give up on the convenience of the civilization. We are gathered here together to find the best solution, and I think that Mr. Kim has mentioned his comments from that respect. So the offshore wind farm development, the biggest concern was the impact on the fisheries and the exploitation of the fishing resources and the destruction of habitat. We always had those issues when it came to development, but today it is even more serious because we are overlapped with another issue, the climate change. So there are various waves coming in, and after the climate change, the next wave will be the demise of species, and that could be like our sixth extinction. So that is why this issue is such a critical agenda. So some of you might feel like giving up, but I think that we have to put ourselves together once again and try to find better solution. I agree with many of the points that Mr. Kim has mentioned, and there was a case on Ulsan offshore wind farm being shared. It is a little further into the open sea than compared to other wind farm sites, and actually the area was subject to the real estate speculation. So when this site was announced, the local residents rather welcomed this due to various aspects. So I think that the government should be coming up with precise siting criteria to make everything easier. In Korea, of course, Green Deal, it has become like a faded word, but I think we need to revisit that and think about how we can achieve the goal without compromising the other. And in achieving the energy transition, one another thing that we have to have is the nature positive. in the KMGBF, which is called as the Paris Agreement for the Nature, it said that minimizing the impact on biodiversity caused by renewable energy is very important. And it also says that in the long term, we have to have the nature positive renewable energy to prevent the demise of the biodiversity and to support the survival of the mankind. So this is not the homework just limited to the environmental NGOs or fishing community, but everybody should be putting their heads together. As Dr. Lee has said, there is IPCC and EPS and the Biodiversity Convention and various other guidelines on biodiversity and energy transition. I know that they were drafted through the consultation between various stakeholders, including the industry leaders and environmental NGOs. And there is TCFD, the Climate Related Disclosure Guideline, and this is announced and adopted in relation to the KMGBF, and it is mandating the disclosure of climate-related impacts in the financial statements. So operators and developers should be getting ready for that, and it was already discussed from 2020. Companies who are considering the investment or the participation in the offshore wind, for them to secure fund, they also need to consider this disclosure requirement. And companies like POSCO, they were saying that they are not the culprits for the climate change. They have never set the fire in the tropical forest. However, just the fact that it could be one of the culprits has stopped the investment or funding going to POSCO. So I believe that building trust is very important in facilitating the offshore wind farm. And I believe that we have to find common ground to facilitate discussion and secure trust between participants. It might seem like everything is going too slow, but as in the case of the niche mark project, I think that through this consultation and community building, we can secure more trust and find solution. In case of the onshore solar solar power generation, there's like a competition with the wind farm, and one of the key topics here is the mitigation hierarchy to find ways to offset and also compensate. And if there are things that cannot be offset and compensated, the way is to make remuneration. In overseas, like in Germany, they have some great systems in place to secure the mitigation hierarchy. But here in Korea, I think that we have still a far way to go in adopting proper mitigation hierarchy structure. I think my time is almost up. So for the proper recovery, we have to have science-based restoration and recovery. And for us to do that, we have to secure sufficient amount of data. And another very key factor, social factor, is to minimize the impact on the fishing community. But as Mr. Cho know, actually the biggest factor that is deterring the offshore wind is the exploitation of fishing resource. So just like in the case of Hawaii, when no fishing zone was secured, it didn't lead to the drop in the fishing yield, but actually it led to spillover effect, leading to greater fishing yield. So no take, we are not asking for no take, because if it's no take, then it means that you cannot even do this snorkeling. But if certain areas are designated as no fishing zone, it can lead to recovery of the fish stock, fish population. But in the meantime, maybe we can think about creating some kind of fund to guarantee the income of the fishing community. So we should be developing those sustainable methodologies and ideas and success cases. And some speakers have mentioned that there are already some success cases. So we should be sharing them more actively. And as in the niche North Sea, I think we also need to have rich Southwest Sea created here. In case of Korea, we had very limited environmental impact studies being carried out. So here we cannot say definitely that the impact of offshore wind development is not serious. We have to have more full-scale studies to say it definitely, but still, if a bird died due to wind power generation, nobody would know because you cannot see the dead body. It goes inside the water, but still there are possibilities. So that's why we have to come up with more systematic evaluation methodologies. Thank you. Thank you. Creating rich resources in the West Coast, I believe that we can achieve that. But how, that is something that we need to be discussing further. So the panel discussion is over. And now we actually had two speakers who gave us their pre-recorded videos, but they are here joining us in real time for the panel discussion. So if there is anybody with questions to those two speakers, we will be taking those questions. Or if you have any comments that you want to add after listening to the other presenters and panelists, then please feel free to make any comments. After that, we will listen to Director Wang Sunyoung. Any comments from the floor to the speakers? Yes. You have to use the microphone.
So I will just directly direct the question to you in English. Perhaps my question pertains to Maritime Calder from the original sea, but it could probably also relate to Karimavo from Equinor. My question is just simple as, so you have presented the cases, project cases of perhaps trials to restore the underwater ecosystems in the offshore wind farms. But at the same time, I have heard things about taking it no-take zone or no-fishing zone in the wind farm. So perhaps you could help me with my shortage of knowledge. Are these two separate terms actually the same thing, or are they two different things? So the restoration efforts in the offshore wind farms and perhaps restricting or fishing in the wind farms. And if they are separate things, are there other cases perhaps telling us which benefits the restoration and the conservation of ecosystems in the underwater and in the offshore areas? So that would be my question.
Yes, thank you for your question. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I see some people nodding. Yeah, thank you for the question. So in the Dutch case, which I mainly know how it works. So in the Netherlands, there's the difference between no fishing. Sorry, I hear myself double. I'm not sure why. I'll try to. The no-take zone is not the same as the restoration. I believe the no bottom trawling fishery inside of wind farms started out as an insurance discussion. So no bottom trawling is allowed inside of wind farms, and that gave the opportunity to take nature enhancement measures inside of wind farms. I especially call it nature enhancement and not restoration, because we work on, for example, trying to bring oyster or to restore oyster reefs, but we do this in a site where they were not present in the past. So that's why we call it enhancement and not restoration. And we also still believe that there also should be absolute no take zones where no human activity is present in the North Sea. Just leave it alone and do nothing to give nature a chance to recover and restore. But inside of wind farms, it's two different measures. And I must say, we're still trying to find out what works and what doesn't. But we mainly see that if you want to work towards scale, working with the scour protection, so the stones around the monopile, and using different materials and different sizes to create shelter areas for juvenile fish is something that seems to be working, but we're still researching this.
네. 답변. Thank you for your answer. Anyone who wants to make any comments? So the two speakers from abroad, if you can give any final comments. So, Ms. Kelder, can you give us any final comments? Maybe final words before we close, or anything that you want to add to your presentation that you have not mentioned during the presentation? Any final words?
And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to giving this talk for you. We have also done some research activities when it comes to nature positive solutions, like Kelder mentioned. We are working on kittiwakes hotels, kelp farming, and also score protection for cod, for example. So we do research on several topics beyond eDNA, which was the topic of the presentation. We have also done fish trials in Hywind Scotland wind farm using passive tools like reels and jigging and traps. We could pass you the links to the reports from these studies if you are interested.
네, 그러면 저희
With that, actually, we had those final comments from Ms. Kelder. So now we will hear from Ms. Wang Sunyoung related to all the proposals made during the panel discussion.
Thank you for your opinions. So this guideline is one of the KPIs of the national strategy, and this will be ended in December of next year. So there is version 2, and I think that before this project ends, there will be a version 3 out. And during the process of drafting the version 2, we have collected a lot of opinions from the experts, and we will do so for version 3 as well. So for 400 mega, there is 80 square kilometers that needs to be covered. So I think working the drones and everything, I think there is a little bit excessive, and I think we need to repetitively do it various times. So we will update the guideline. Thank you. So thank you. We've learned a lot about ocean and the offshore power plant and how we should be abiding by the guidelines, some of the challenges that we face. And I think we were able to hear from various stakeholders to understand some different perspectives. And I think it is safe to say that there is a perspective from purely the marine ecosystem and purely coming from the energy transition. So I think we were able to verify the distinctive gap between the two. But I think with a platform such as this, as we exchange more information, exchange thoughts, I am sure that we can actually bridge that kind of a difference. And I know that many opinions were shared for the guidelines. Biodiversity and marine issues, and how the guidelines should be very clear on that. I think that still remains as our homework. As we continue to have these types of forums, I think we would have a clearer trajectory towards how we can have a clear guideline. 2030 is not far from where we are at the moment. We don't have that much time, which even stresses the importance of accelerating renewable energy. So with this kind of forum, we hope that we can have more successful pilot projects, accelerate the expansion of wind power plants. And with that, I would like to end today's seminar. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.